Dance around the kitchen, take my time. I feel it now on the rise. Something in me set alight. And I'm breathing, I'm sleeping. What you think I'm not beneath that? I'm singing, I'm screaming. It's you I need. You think you've got a limb, but baby, I'm the one. Sink my clothes into the night. Secrets strung through the sky. So listen to them and I can tell the light seeps through my open eyes. And I'm sleeping, what you think I'm not beneath that? I'm singing, I'm screeching. It's you I need. You think you got me, well baby I'm the one. You think you got me, well baby I'm the one. You think you got me, well baby I'm the one. I also heard this one. Been hearing this for a few days.
I've been a walking heartache. I've made a mess of me. The person that I've been lately ain't who I wanna be. But you stay here right beside me and watch as the storm blows through. And I need you. 'Cause God gave you for the ups and downs. God gave you for the days of doubt. And for when I think I lost my way, there are no words here left to say it's true. God gave me you. Gave me you. There's more here than what we're seeing. A divine conspiracy. And you, an angel lovely, will somehow fall for me. You'll always be love's great martyr, and I'll be the flattered fool. And I need you. God gave me you for the ups and downs.
I would say that that's a you problem, not a me problem. Rot and decay. Rot and decay. Yeah. That's because you stink. Open a window, I can't breathe. Well, probably you stink. Go take a bath or open your window. Stay out of my comment section. Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. You little demon. You just couldn't help yourself. And that, your second comment, is why I said what I said in the first one. because your first comment wasn't as nasty, but the energy behind it was. And your second comment ratted you out, bitch. Toodles. This is why you stink. This is why you say you can't breathe and you feel like you need a window open. My windows are just fine closed right now. But if you need to open a window, it's because you stink. And I know that. I believe you. I believe you're having a hard time breathing. And I believe it stinks where you are. Because your energy was foul the second you dropped into my comment section. I believe it. Your third comment is an attempt to gaslight, and that's just narcissistic abuse. Am I mad as in crazy? No, but you are for trying me. Am I mad as in angry at you? No. I think this is stupid. I think that you're out of your depth and your head, and certainly I'm out of your league, and I think that at this point, you're just obnoxious. Go put your ass in the bath and stay out of my comment section. So you are mad. Nope. Mad and observing your obnoxious energy are two entirely separate things. I would say also maybe study up on a dictionary while you're in the bath. You're not important enough to be mad about, bitch. But I can tell for two reasons. One, you're here, so you're upset. And two, after I've told you to stay out of my comment section, I'm not even looking at your comments. I will go document them in a second for legal purposes. But you're still commenting, and I don't even care enough to read them. So what does that say about you? Who's mad? Not me.
The early days of figuring...
Yeah, the early days of figuring things out. I guess you missed those formidable years. Can't relate. That's hilarious. I'm gonna leave those comments right there because they're so stupid it's funny. In fact, here, I'll pin this one. Whoa, spooky bitch! Shit's hilarious. Anybody else? Peanut gallery. Who wants you? Not me. I don't actually like peanuts. Didn't you know that? I'm not a peanut girl. I do like almond butter. But you're not that. Divine Masculine's laughing. Jesus, because you're hilarious. Oh. Let's do this one.
In the mirror, like, they step it like, in the mirror, like, flexing on the night, bouncing back like, they step it like, in the mirror, like, flexing on the night, bouncing back like, I'm taking off. Look at me, I'm a pilot. I pull it off. I don't need no stylist. Dripping in all this ice feels so lovely. Taking a shot. Daddy go shoot, 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 shoot.
That's hilarious. hilarious. I just pinned that comment. But look what's in my hand. Divine masculine and divine feminine stepping into a space of love. Enter depths of intimacy where the seeds of your desires will be nourished. And look what's behind that green witch. Oh, you're a witch, she said. Well, I guess so. Boo! But if she's a witch, she's a white one. She's me, I'm her. Green witch is somebody who works with plant essences, though, nature, spirits, etc. Elements. You want mute, thinking you have that really just cute. Fuck with the mob, bringing the suit. Sound of a fly. I'm on the move. Big step, be like, in the mirror, like, flexing on them, like, bouncing back, like, big step, be like, why you mad though? In the mirror, like, flexing on them, like, bouncing back, like, you know I'm sliding through when that booty get to popping. I'm telling you that moves like, telling me you needed this too. Say you never had nobody do it like I do. Yeah, it's a lot, hitting the spot, like in the way I break rules. Getting you hot, ready or not, we gonna have to swap views. Flipping a lot, head of your thoughts. I'm gonna put in a new moves, 20 to 5, spending the night. I want that morning review. Big step, be like, in the mirror, like, flexing on them, like, get out from under my feet, please. I'm sorry. Don't do that. Big step, be like, I know. You think he would learn. All right? He just got under your elbow. I know. And you'd think he would know better than to get under my feet while I'm actively moving them, but apparently not. At this point, I'm done babying people for making my life more difficult when it's just common sense to not do that. Like, I'm not going to try to hurt you, but if you don't want your toes stepped on, when I'm going like this, don't walk under them, you know? Stay in your own lane and give me some elbow room. Or it's not my fault if you get a nosebleed. All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Nico. I do feel bad. I didn't want to hurt you. I know. Because that is my baby, so that's a little bit of a different story. However, the rest of you can fuck right off. Oh, it's a little autistic. Oh, you mean authentic, and you don't like the truth very much. Okay, which one is it? Am I a witch or am I autistic? In fact, really, I'm neither. But, okay. Aired that. Did they really just say that? Yeah, check the comments. I left them there because they're that stupid, they're funny. Right, heard. As if that's how that works. I don't know, but some people are idiots. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light inside your body? Did you? I heard that. I can't believe they really said that. Yeah. And I left the proof. It's in the pudding. Stupid pudding, but nonetheless. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the lightning coursing through your veins? Feel it radiate within your heart. Did you feel... I can't believe they said that. I mean, I almost can't either, but at this point I've heard much worse and much dumber stuff than that. So that's nothing. That's mild. From the moment that I met you. Ooh, baby. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you want the light to stay? Cause we were made for love. I'm made to love you. Love keeps raining down right there above you. heard that. Oh, I guess so. They think autistic people are witches. I guess so. I'm not either, but all right.
Soak it up, let it in. I give my all, everything. 'Cause I was made to love you. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light inside your body?
Hardships are coming to an end. The seeds you sowed will be blooming soon. Also, sun magic just came out. Sun magic. Don't allow the power of your light to scare you into dimming yourself. And so this is what it is. There are people who are jealous or threatened or insecure or intimidated by the strength, by the high frequency of a lot of the light workers. And they would rather us lower our frequency to make them, I'm getting the hiccups, to make them feel more comfortable or more powerful. Or it's like the light in our spirits irritates the shadows and their demons. Rewild. Let your soul's garden grow wild, setting yourself free and allowing mysteries to surprise you. With a flick of focus, you will come to see a vision realized. And lean into the essence of receiving, for there await the things you've been telling yourself are out of reach. Look, I've been picking this up in visions. Okay, so it's the divine coming through and building this connection or allowing it to come to fruition. It's like both partners have been manifesting each other. This is turning into a love reading, it seems. And so just to focus and clear through these cycles, overcoming these karmic situations or people or tests or challenges, temptations once and for all. And not being afraid to be yourself. Do not dim yourself to make other people feel more comfortable, or make yourself smaller to make other people feel more comfortable. But this is a divine masculine and a divine feminine coming together and spending time. They both do actually either glasses of wine, or it might be sangria, or even just iced tea or something. But there's a white butterfly and a crow. Beautiful garden lights and candles, and they're watching the sunset, it looks like. There's a innocent baby deer at their feet. So lots of wisdom and purity and sweetness. But they're just enjoying each other. She's got a book in her hand. And so this might be the divine masculine and feminine coming together, and this being the solution for whatever, right? I just heard a divine masculine say, whatever you're lacking, I have, and whatever I'm lacking, you have. It's like we have each other's missing puzzle pieces. I just heard Missing Piece by Vance Joy. Okay. I also hear fire in the flood. Also, you're in my bones and my blood and my heart, and I'd have to tear myself open to let you go. I didn't make that up. That's a quote by Cassandra Clare. You're in my bones and my blood and my heart. I'd have to tear myself open to let you go. Now, this is actually, it's often quoted by a woman because the author is a woman, but I believe it's a book that this is from, and it's a man speaking this to a woman. So it's the divine masculine saying this to the divine feminine, actually, even though it's a woman who wrote it. So the reference is coming out from divine masculine, actually. Okay. This one also came up again.
text and get it through your head that she's with me now. Sit down, ride a shotgun in the front of my truck, and she said, you did a whole lot of shit that messed her up. So I hope it eats you alive and it keeps you up at night. Think about the times y'all had, cause you ain't getting her back. She's with me now. She's with me now. She said she never loved you, and she faked it in bed. She said you never treated her with no type of respect. Man, stop, just go away and crawl back to your mama's basement. Don't be mad she upgraded, just hear what I'm saying. She's with me now. Sit down, ride a shotgun in the front of my truck, and she said you did a whole lot of shit that messed her up. So I hope it eats you alive and it keeps you up at night. Think about the times y'all had, cause you ain't getting her back.
I heard that. Divine masculine. Was that divine masculine? Where's that coming from? Just heard she looks like a baby. I'm 33 years old, in fact. I just have baby face.
She's with me now. She's with me now.
I heard that, right? That is divine masculine. So this is cute.
I bet it hurts seeing her with somebody else. That's what you get for putting her through hell. She's with me now. Sit down, ride a shotgun in the front of my truck. She said you did a whole lot of shit that messed her up. So I hope it eats you alive and it keeps you up at night. Think about the times y'all had, cause you ain't getting her back. She's with me now. She's with me now.
Pause on music for a moment. But we'll do this. Can I get a few for? Well, who do we check in with? Let's do both counterparts together. Vision, contemplating the future, knowledge, and rebirth. Yeah, giving yourself a second chance. Okay, so this is welcome. Divine masculine coming through in this very protective energy. They also, one of my nicknames is Dragon Lady, so this doesn't surprise me, but let's say this divine feminine is coming across as like very dragon like old wisdom, protective energy. He's not afraid of her. He's not afraid. I hear wildfire. I can handle your flame. I'm your dog. My ears perk up at the sound of your name, right? I can handle your flame. Yeah. So he comes through with this matched energy to protect her, or he's also not afraid of her fire. Knowledge. He knows better. He says, I know you wouldn't hurt me. You just have love, lots of wisdom. It's like Aquarius that looks like the water bearer. The back of the dragon's head, skull. Like a vase, a water bearer. Very intellectual energy. Vision. And look, see, it's the divine feminine now with her dragon. They match each other's energy. They both embody this energy. That's why he's right. He says, why would I be afraid of you? I'm a dragon too. They just don't know it. He says, I'm a pretty boy on the outside. They don't know how ferocious I can be. Yeah, I do. I love it. He says, yeah, because I wouldn't be like that towards you. On defense of you, on behalf of you. Yeah, but me too. Ernie says, that's why you're my girl. Love you. Also this. Heard the love or the hand symbol? Both! Silly goose. Anything else? I think we're good with that. Let's give it one more shuffle. Heard that too. Karmic says, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done that. Shh, I don't care. They're doing better than we thought. Oh, so you misjudged your target again. Cool, got it. Bye. No, Mr. Monkey. Check on my other baby. Where'd you go, mister? I need some elbow room, but I love you. Tranquility. Speaking of, okay. So finding peace amongst the chaos and the storm. Establishing, creating peace. Also, look, right? Conquering your demons. Effort, putting in effort to conquer those chaos demons and everybody trying to cause problems, destruction, releasing your anger, right? And it's focusing this with very clear and sharp precision. So they might be trying to provoke an issue, but what I do instead is very concisely outline how they're incorrect and frankly asininely erroneous. It leaves them with no choice but to sit with what they've done and what they've said, and quite frankly makes them look dumb. Their projections get turned back on them and they're stuck with it pretty much. Dominance, right. When you try to dominate me and then I turn around and use the bondage that you try to wrap me up in to bind you with it instead. Oops, guess that's an Uno reverse. Toodles. But let me tell you what, Karmics, you wouldn't be trying so hard to pick and provoke a fight at all, let alone to try to make yourself feel better or superior to someone else if you weren't bugging. Straight out. Why you mad, though? A miracle, right. And so, but there's love and transformation happening between the light workers. Look, if they try to lock Divine Feminine up or isolate her in a tower, pretty much, it's the message coming through. That's this Divine Masculine saying, I don't care. They think I can't fly to their tower with my dragon and come rescue you like Jasmine on a magic carpet. Who do they think I am? Obviously, they don't know I'm Aladdin. Inspiration. And I've been hearing this all day. Divine Feminine, Divine Masculine was saying, actually it was, I believe, to his mom this morning, one of them, Mom, she's my muse. She's like my inspiration. She's my muse. I guess he gets all these ideas, his creative ideas from her when he connects with her. Possibly on art or music, or maybe even just with his life, what to do with his day or how to move forward with his future. He says she brings me clarity. Or if I had an idea that I was starting to build on, it's like she knows how to start putting it into application, or she knows what to say to get my brain to start clicking into place and get the gears turning on how to bring it into application, like bring it into fruition and reality, going from a dream or a thought or a manifestation to an actual physical reality. So basically just completing the lesson, completing the mission. I think I need to take a pause on these cards for a second. Just getting that. Let's do, yeah, there it is. See, there's a solar plexus, sacral root attack. I just felt a little bit in the heart too. But this is that weird energy where they're trying to It's like they're sad, or they're trying to masquerade as sad. There it is, maybe to play the victim. But the heart chakra is in the center. See, they're trying to course correct now. No, the heart chakra is in the center. The heart's on the left, but the pang of, oh, I'm so sad, just came in on the right. I'm like, bitch, that's an empty chest cavity. You're not even good at pretending to have feelings. And the heart chakra's in the center, so. You're not even the Grinch. At least the Grinch had a heart to grow. You have nothing in there. Walking zombies. The living dead. Moving on. Heart. This is why they're incessant. They're vampires and zombies. Yeah. Told you. Demons. Some of these people need possessions, and the rest of them, the demons were exorcisms rather. Some of these people need exorcisms, and some of them, if they were exorcised, there would be nothing left in the body. The body would crumple to the floor and be empty. Those are not God people. Yeah, one love, but not everybody is that. Some people are evil, just straight evil. Don't ever get it twisted. Since some of you did, let me help you unbunch that spiritual wedgie real quick. I wish I hadn't done that. Shh, I don't care. That's one channel coming through. Someone else thinks it's hilarious. It's a light worker. You think it's funny? Honestly, so do I. I don't blame you. Yo. Also, I saw that Tory Lanez seems to have been cleared on the accusations. It seems that Megan, I've never liked her. There's something about her I do not like. I don't like her energy. Her music is, it's like, it's grating like nails on a chalkboard. Let me tell you. What is that song? I can't stand her. Bitch gives me the cringes. Right there, right in that empty chest cavity. Fake. Something wrong with her. Hold on. Just give me a second. And I'll explain. She's just annoying. Hold on. So the whole thing with Tory Lanez is that she claims that he shot her in the foot with a gun. But the evidence keeps coming up and showing that that was not true. Like, she either is lying or did something to herself for clout or attention. Like, she was trying to make a name for herself and then also was suing him for money. But she was willing to lock up an apparently innocent dude for money and attention. And that's fucked up. And I've never liked, there's something that's always rubbed me the wrong way about her. Something has always been off. Her music has always been grating. Her spirit, there's something about her spirit. She's just ratchet and I don't like it. Where's your class and decorum? Can't stand her. And that the doesn't need an extra E at the end of it. That's just, again, excessive and annoying. It's just like you're just begging for attention. I don't even remember which song it was. I don't really care. I don't know why I'm looking, know the name of them. I heard that. Why would you do that? Because she's selfish and greedy. She wanted money and attention, right? And playing the victim in a situation like that, especially one that she created or manufactured, fabricated, would get her both. People would feel bad for her, and it would put her name out in the papers more, and it did, especially with Tory Lanez. And then she was going to sue him for, God, how much money? A lot. Now this one, I guess, is not for financial. It says so right here, unless this is incorrect. Yeah. No way. Yeah, she sues people a lot. There it is, though. It says that she wasn't suing Tory for financial claims, although she was trying to put him in prison for a decade on false claims. But she's been suing bloggers. She's been suing other people for speaking up on his behalf and telling the truth of the story. She's been, for money. She's been suing like news reporters and stuff like that for money, or bloggers for money, within the last year or so. Even though it seems, based on what I just saw the other day, that the bloggers were right. The news reporters were right. So she might not have been suing him directly for finances, but she was getting all kinds of attention off of his name and then suing the people around him who was defending him or speaking up for him for money. So either way, that's exactly what she was doing. Whether it was him directly or the people supporting him. She was going after him for clout, willing to put him in prison for falsely for a decade, or any amount of time, but a decade, it says, 10 years. And then suing the people around him who told his story on his behalf, told the truth about it for money. So that's exactly what she was doing. It's great, grimy. Oh, there's one song. It's kind of like Cardi B. There's like weird noises that she makes. There's like trademarked common, just but like nails on a chalkboard to me. I don't like it. Thought shit. There's, it's self-explanatory. Hot girl summer, thought shit. Called cognac queen. So like sex and drinking, but like that's all she is. Oh, did she do one with Cardi B? I don't like either of them. What is that song I'm hearing? That's gonna drive me up the wall. I think it might have been one that she did with some. The only one that I don't mind entirely is Beautiful Mistake, and it's not her. It's the fact that the song, originally I did like Maroon 5. Before I saw the lead singer be nasty to someone unnecessarily, I forget what it was, like picking on a disabled woman or like something like that. It wasn't exactly that, but it was something along those lines. Or he was just nasty, and it was mean. It was just mean-spirited, and I didn't like it very much. It was unnecessary. and for no reason. He was like the judge on a TV show, a singing competition judge or something, and he was just very cruel. I didn't like that, and it put a bad taste in my mouth a long time ago. So really, I've stopped listening to that music. That's why you don't hear me play it. That one was pretty in the song. It was also pretty in the lyrics, but mostly it's the Maroon 5 lyrics. And again, I used to like him a lot before the character statement spoke for him. I liked the music. All growing up, we would listen to that. I was one of them. And so he did one with her, and I sort of a little bit periodically would tolerate it for that reason, but I never liked her. There was something about her that was a problem for me. Really, both of them are. But it looks like she's done a song with Cardi B too, and you know I don't like her either. She, Ratchet also, bad example for people and kids, but I've got a video about this actually. She's openly confessed to sexually assaulting men and like setting them up to be raped and drugged and robbed, and thought it was funny. Thought it was funny to drug them and then like have a transsexual person hook up with them only for them to wake up and realize that they had been with like anybody, let alone somebody that they weren't cognizant of being. She's date raping people. And she said, because I used to have to work in the strip club and my feet hurt and I deserve everything I have now because I used to work in the strip club and I robbed and drugged men. And like a lot of us have gone through things, girl, but not all of us stooped to that level. That's awful. And no, you don't deserve what you have because you did that stuff. In fact, quite the opposite. What are you talking about? Because I did all these awful things to men, I deserve the fame I have now. What the fuck are you talking about? Let's go through it, shall we? I didn't expect this live to go this way, but here we go. And her story changes too, because sometimes it's, I worked in the strip club and my feet hurt and I drugged and robbed men and sometimes it's that. So I deserve the fame that I have. And other times it's, well, I worked at the strip club so I could get these boobs. And that's why I show them off to the death of me. Because I could have died while getting them. Yeah, so could the men that you drugged too. But her story keeps changing. Sometimes it's, I was evil to get what I wanted and that's why I deserve it. And sometimes it's, I drugged and robbed men so I could survive and then other times it's, I did this so I could get my boobs. You're just gross. Let's go. I can pull it up. Good idea. Is it this one? The angels just said Megan Thee Stallion noises. So I bet you if I look up that. That's it. I can't fucking stand this bitch. My whole body just recoiled. And it's like the same thing as Cardi B. Fucking gross, dude. My whole body's cringing right now. And it's not the noises. It's like, it's not just the noises. That's not what it is. That's not what it's about. It's certainly not the only thing. It's like the cherry on top, It's their energy. But their behaviors and even confessions outline why their energy's so shitty. Let's go through it. Oh, like nails on a chalkboard. Ugh! Like I need to go outside for a second. I need some fresh air. That's gross. It's a frequency thing. Whew. But the reason that I can't stand the vocals here, because their frequency is so foul, is because of who they've chosen to be as human beings. And I would say more like demons than not. For example, Megan Thee Stallion has been trying to persecute Tory Lanez for years, claiming that he shot her with a gun, threatening to lock him up in jail for 10 years, and then suing people for money for telling the truth about it. Hear that siren? Exactly. I live in a small island town. That's not a very common sound here. I live on an island where my ship is wrecked. Okay. I'm not even going to play the rest of those noises. That's enough. But let me go through the video that I made a few years ago. I'll link it in the description box. Maybe I should unlist it, or at least put it as unlisted rather than private. And I put the cover title as an image of her asking the question, if I were a man, would you tolerate this? So it doesn't surprise me that they did a song together. Look. Right, there's also been like
a lot of people always be telling me like, oh, why?
Hold on. You know how there are sometimes hashtag movements like Save the Children was one, right? Surviving R. Kelly was one. Well, after this information came out, somebody created one called Surviving R. Cardi. And I think that says a lot. But look, let's just let her rat herself out, shall we? It's her own words against her, and her story keeps changing, and so I've just clipped together where there are contradictions.
People always be telling me like, oh, why you always showing your breast in every outfit? When I was 19, I worked in the strip club. My feet's fucking hurting, so I could buy these shits right here. When you do plastic surgery, you practically put your fucking life on the line. So I put my life on the line for these. And that's why I'm going to show them to the death of me, bitch. Till I fucking die.
I can't stand her. Okay, it's so pitchy, and she's in this big echoey room, I think. So let me just recap. Please pardon my French, but I'm going to recap verbatim. She says, niggas must have forgotten, my niggas, the shit I fucking did to survive. Oh my God, I thought, whoa, you were stripping to survive? Well, I thought you were a stripper because you wanted those big titties. Which one is it? Because those contradict.
I had to go strip.
I had to go strip. I thought it... What? Your story just changed.
Oh, yeah, you want to fuck me? Yeah, let's go.
You want to fuck me? Trying to lure men in. Okay, let's go to the hotel.
And I drug niggas up
and then I would drug niggers up, she said. Meaning she would tell men, hey, you want to go to the hotel and fuck me? Okay. And then they would get there and she would lace their drinks with drugs. She would roofie them pretty much. Literally. I would drug them up and I would rob them. That's what I would do. This bitch is proud. And then her next statement is, and since I used to do this, I deserve to be famous. Do you hear the delusion?
Nothing was motherfucking handed to me.
Nothing was motherfucking handed to me. No, obviously not if you were knocking men out so that you could take from them.
Nothing. So for a bitch to motherfucking
You don't deserve shit, Cardi. So for a bitch to say that I don't deserve shit, that statement alone says you do not. And now I see why you don't like her. Yeah, well, guess what? Megan Thee Stallion has a similar energy, and they went and did a song together. How different are they? They say the same. I can't even do it. I can't even stand it. I can't. Oh, my whole body recoils. I don't hate a whole lot in life. Hate takes energy. I fucking hate this bitch right now.
Because they do not fucking know the shit that I had to do so niggas could take me out because nobody wanted to help me. Nobody.
Oh, boo. I robbed and I roofied and I drugged and I raped men and but nobody wanted to help me. I'm such a victim, but I deserve to be famous because I'm a rapist. Oh, I'm a rapist and a thief, and so I deserve to be famous. Go put some fucking clothes on, bitch.
No, nobody would have to know about. Niggas wanted me to be stuck in the strip club.
Niggas wanted me to be stuck in the strip club. You're willing to rape and drug and rob other humans. You deserve to be in a place like that. Do you deserve oxygen? I don't know. That's a good question. Talk to God about it.
Nobody wanted me to fucking think. Nobody wanted to help me with my mixtape.
Nobody wanted to help me on love and hip hop. You're not a good person. I don't blame them.
I had to do everything on my own.
I had to do everything on my own. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
That's why I go so hard, and that's why I be so grateful.
That's why I work so hard, and that's why I be so grateful. Bitch, you don't work hard. Drugging and robbing people to get what you want or taking shortcuts is not fucking hard work. Now, I'm sure you'd put some time and effort and money and energy into that. Yeah, but guess what? You would have gotten a lot further if you'd been investing the time and energy into other stuff instead of vanity and greed.
People like Gabriel Union want to give me a role and be Mary Jane, or like Beyonce stylists want to style me and shit. That's why I be so grateful, because people in this industry, they don't want to help you. That's why we fuck with nobody. Or if I didn't hustle my ass for people like, yo, my mixtape was free and I made so much money because people.
Like, you make me want to vomit, dude. Go away.
You think people would buy a free mixtape if my shit wasn't fucking cranking? Nah. That shit got me so tight. Like for me to hear that people in the industry is actually saying that I don't deserve it because I didn't put in as much work as they did, that shit is...
For people in the industry to say that I don't deserve it, so people in the same industry that you're in don't like you. Think that you don't deserve it because you're a scummy, bummy, bottom-feeding slut who drugs and rapes and robs men to get what you want. No, you don't. You deserve a tombstone.
Because I really be going
I really be going ham. Yeah, you're going ham on something. Not in the right direction, though.
Music shit, I want it, and that's why I work my ass for it. So for people to actually have the nerve to say that shit was like practically given to me because I already have followers, my followers wouldn't.
Alright, I can't even. Next. So it's victim blaming also. So then she goes into surgery. She's big on surgery. Plastic surgery. No, stop that. Okay, and so
Look how swollen my feet are. Y'all look this.
She went to get liposuction or something, and then also didn't take the doctor recommended advice, and so she started to get swelling all over her body.
Look how swollen my feet are. Y'all look, they look crazy. Oh my God, they got even more big. I got canker and I'm a skinny hoe.
Just a few months after getting lipo and her breasts redone, she's swearing off plastic surgery for good, tweeting,
I just got my boobs redone.
So where you had an iced out Patek Philippe watch.
Mm-hmm.
And you seem like the happiest person in the world at that moment.
But the thing is, I was happy because a lot of people want to stay trying to play me. I love money, but I don't show it off. I hate canceling calls because I love money. I'm a money addict, and I get paid a lot of money.
Which one is it?
I
love money, but I don't show it off. I'm a money addict. I don't know. But which one is it? Because your story changes depending on whatever lie you're trying to spew that day or every other 15 minutes. And I'm so sick of it.
I mean, how many seats you got? One seat at a time. So life's goal is a comfortable seat. Quiet, comfortable, awakened seat. So life you got? One seat.
Because I love money. I'm a money addict.
World at that moment.
But the thing is, I was happy because a lot of people want to stay trying to play me. I love money, but I don't show it off.
Which one is it?
I hate canceling shows because I love money. I'm a money addict, and I get paid a lot of money.
Which one is it?
I mean, if you get rich, how many seats can you sit your ass in at one time?
Right.
I mean, how many seats you got? One seat at a time. So life's goal is a comfortable seat.
Right. Did you hear that? Let me recap. Let's give him a second. This is a pastor, I believe. Is it Reverend, maybe? No, Reverend something. Hold on.
I mean, if you get rich, how many seats can you sit your ass in at one time?
If you get rich, how many seats can you sit your ass in one time? How many seats have you got? One seat at a time.
So life's goal is a comfortable seat.
So life's goal is a comfortable seat.
Quiet, comfortable, awakened seat.
Quiet, comfortable, awakened seat.
So you're saying that having a certain amount of money doesn't bring happiness at all? Because I would actually disagree with that.
You can disagree with it if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean,
but money has no...
having enough money to cover expenses and not have to worry about things, yes, that definitely takes stressors out of life. But there are people who have all the money in the world and they're still miserable. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And big part. It's also what you do with that money and who you are as a person. He's over here sitting, I think this is a reverend, and he's got like an Om symbol on his little rosary bead. He's chill. Comparatively. And it sounds like he knows what he's talking about on this note.
Do with your happiness.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with your happiness.
Why they committing suicide? They rich. I want to commit suicide. I'm broke. Why y'all want to die? Y'all got money. Who wants to die? Y'all got money.
Yeah, well, that's not how that works.
I'm still the same girl.
I'm still the same girl, she said. Well, maybe that's not something good to be.
And I still talk the same.
When the first video clip said, I deserve the fame that I have because I used to lure men to a hotel and then drug them and then rape them at all, let alone with a transsexual. Specifically hoping to like fuck these men up in the head. Like, yeah, I drugged you and you had sex with a transsexual. Like a straight man trying to freak him out and fuck him up in the head. But then she goes and says, I love shmoney. And then she goes and says, she says, I don't show it off. I love money, but I don't show it off. And then she says, I love money and I'm an addict. I don't care. I'll do whatever I need to do to get money. Right. All the way at the end, she says, I'm still the same girl. Well, the same girl that what? Was willing to hurt people to get what she wanted? That's not a bragging point, Cardi. That's a confession. Don't let children around her. I would not leave children around her. I would not leave her own children with her. Just saying. Wouldn't leave mine.
It just made me feel like, wow, am I ever going to find real love for me?
Probably not, because you can't really have something that you don't embody or give. I deserve what I have because I drug and I rape and I rob men. I'm still the same girl. Again, not a bragging point, and you wonder why you don't have love in your life. I'm not confused.
Like, is anybody ever gonna love me?
No. I think the fuck not.
Sometimes I even catch myself, like, telling the guy that I'm dealing with, like, you don't...
Bye. I can't even deal with any more of this. There's half a video left. If you want to watch it, and I made this, okay? I made this. I can't even get through this video right now. I cannot stand her. If you want to watch it, it's in the description. It will be in a minute, but I'm done. Ugh. Like I need to light some sage now. Good grief. Demons. Public demons. I heard that. The stuff about Tory Lanez is wild. I'm telling you. They're both evil and nasty. I don't care how much makeup or plastic surgery you put on them. They're fucking ugly. And I see right through them. Pardon my French. It's Spanish. All right. No, you stop that. Get out of my face and stay off the counter. I know. Divine Masculine's like, you need some elbow room. I know. He's like, normally mom lets you climb everywhere, all over the place, and lets her use you as a jungle gym. So if on the off chance she's overstimulated, leave her be. Leave your mother alone for 10 minutes, please. Give her 15, maybe 20, preferably. 10:22, right? I hear no more than half an hour. She loves you too much to wait that long, but like, just give her a minute to breathe. Thank you.
Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light inside your body? Did you? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the lightning coursing through your veins? Feel it radiate deep within your heart. Did you feel the spark right from the moment that I met you? Oh, baby. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you want the light to stay? 'Cause we were made for love. I'm made to love you. Love keeps raining down right there above you. Soak it up, let it in. I give my all, everything. 'Cause I was made to love you. Yeah. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light inside your body? Did you? Did you feel the light? Did you feel the lightning coursing through your veins? Feel it radiate within your heart. Did you feel the spark right from the moment that I met you? Ooh, baby. Did you feel the light? Did you feel the light? Did you want the light to stay? 'Cause we were made for love. I'm made to love you. Love keeps raining down right there above you. Soak it up, let it in. I give my all, everything. 'Cause I was made to love you. I was made to love you. I was made to love you. Love keeps raining down right there above you. So soak it up, let it in. I give my
No, don't worry about that. It's fine. I love you. Thank you. Excuse me, team meeting. Homegirl just popped in. Love you. Thanks, girl. Miss you. It's nice to see you. That was Johnny Bellick, Made to Love You. Somebody says, who is that? And that was my homegirl from Canada. She passed a couple years ago. It's very sad, actually. She was so pretty. It was more than that. She was beautiful inside and out. Oh, she was so funny. She was so funny. She made me laugh hard. Gorgeous girl, though. Gorgeous girl. She had a tattoo on her cheek. She's one of my favorite people. So pretty. Yeah, that's my kind of girl. Right after my own heart. The Wheeler. Look at those eyes. She's so pretty. Gorgeous girl. So pretty. I heard that. It's not fair that, no, it wasn't very nice. Cardi is watching. Well, good. Probably not, but good. I'll say that shit right to her face. What a hoe. What a terrible, terrible creature. I don't care how much money she has. I don't care. I don't care. What a horrible creature. And that's why she doesn't have proper love and complains about it. I'd rather have people like this in my life. They're much better. Let's do this. I heard this earlier too. I'm also getting a download to start picking those cards up again. I needed to break up the energy a bit, but let's go in a minute. There's a karmic who's very upset because they know they can't get away with whatever they were trying. You know.
Him up against the wall, kinda wanna buy him around. I kinda wanna make him pay for whatever he put you through. Oh, but then again, if it wasn't for him, guess I never would've got to you. Whoever broke your heart, it must have been crazy. Whoever didn't see the girl I see right now, wasn't looking at you, baby. Do what he did, then you never would have ended up here in my arms. If I know one couple for him. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking, what he was drinking, but he must have kept pouring. Cause nobody in their right mind would have ever said goodbye to an angel like you. Yeah, there's a lot of things I'd like to say to whoever broke your heart. You must have been crazy. Whoever didn't see the girl I see right now wasn't looking at you, baby. If he didn't do what he did, then you never would have ended up here in my arms. If I know one thing is true, I ain't ever gonna be like who ever broke your heart. Whoever went and did you wrong, whoever left you all alone, I'm sure glad that he's gone. I just wanna help you move on. Whoever broke your heart, you must have been crazy. Whoever didn't see the girl I see right now wasn't looking at you, baby. If he didn't do what he did, then you never would have ended up here in my arms. If I know one thing is true, I ain't ever gonna be like who ever broke your heart. I'm sure glad he's gone. I'll never break your heart.
I heard that. Hey, I hear this too. Also, actually, no. Thanks. I don't know who it's by, but Sam Hunt, take your time. What is this? Is this violence? It looks like domestic abuse or something that he interrupts. Is that what that was? I think he might have interrupted domestic abuse. Like rescued her from domestic abuse or something. Jeez Louise.
I don't know if you were looking at me or not. You probably smile like that all the time. I don't mean to bother you, but I couldn't just walk by and not say hi.
Ooh, I just got
And
chills.
I know your name, 'cause everybody in here knows your name. You're not looking for anything right now, so I don't wanna come on strong. Don't get me wrong, your eyes are so intimidating. My heart is pounding, but it's just a conversation. No, girl, I'm not wasted. You don't know me, I don't know you, but I want to. And I don't wanna steal your freedom, I don't wanna change your mind. I don't have to make you love me, I just wanna take your time. I don't wanna wreck your Friday, I ain't gonna waste my life. I don't have to take your heart, I just wanna take your time. And I know it starts with hello, and the next thing you know, you try to be nice, and some guys getting too close, trying to pick you up, trying to get you to run. And I'm sure one of your friends is about to come over here, 'cause she's supposed to save you from random guys that talk too much and wanna stay too long. It's the same old song and dance, but I think you know it well. You could've rolled your eyes, told me to go to hell, could've walked away, but you're still here, and I'm still here. Come on, let's see where it goes. I don't wanna steal your freedom, I don't wanna change your mind. I don't have to make you love me, I just wanna take.
I just got a flash of the card from one of my decks, and it's the one that's talking about how it's like two angels basically with, and divine masculine has one wing and then divine feminine has another wing, and when they work together as a team they both have the set of two wings, and so that they can carry both of them together this way, they carry each other, pretty much. When they work together and align together, they have a pair of wings instead of just individual.
Your time, I don't have to meet your mother. We don't have to cross that line. I don't want to steal your colors. I just want to take your time. Oh, I don't want to go home with you. Oh, I just want to be alone with you. I don't want to steal your freedom. I don't want to change your mind. I don't have to make you love me. I just
She's trying to escape. She's trying to escape domestic abuse, it looks like. She's packing a bag. She's running off with the baby. And so this divine masculine, this is what I'm getting out of this message. He's saying, look, I know you've been trapped in a bad situation before. I'm not looking to mess with your freedom. I'm not looking to, like, you know, waste your time. I don't want you to feel trapped. I want to liberate you. I just want to spend time with you. I just want to love you. Let me spend the clock loving you. Let me get you out of this hellhole. Let me get you away from these people. I'm not going to treat you like that. I see what you've been through. Just let me love you.
take your time. I don't want to blow your phone up. I just want to blow your mind. I don't have to take your heart. I just want to take your time. I ain't gotta call you, baby.
That's exactly what it is. This toxic dude is trying to fight the divine masculine over this divine feminine. This divine feminine is trying to escape to protect herself and the child. And this person, this abusive dude, is trying to make it impossible for her to leave, even physically being violent towards her to get what he wants. And this divine masculine says, the fuck you won't? Who do you think you are? Why don't you pick on somebody your own size? And then gets into a little scuffle with the bully, who thinks that he's going to assert his will with divine masculine also, and divine masculine shows him who's boss. A real one. Yeah, see, like, in this, though, she got away. It's like she scurried off before the divine masculine could even get out of the spot. So this is why he's knowing that he needs to step in as well, because he knows that she's going to get out all by herself, whether he helps her or not. It would help her to have some help, but she's going to make it whether she has any help or not. Might have taken me longer to get where I'm going, but I'm taking my dignity, self-respect, and class with me, okay? So he's not wanting to miss a shot with her, and that's why he knows that he needs to go now. He says, I want to come with you, or I want to bring you with me. There's no need to separate. In fact, we're better together, and that's true. That's absolutely true. Now, to be very clear, this divine feminine had a baby with her, and he was trying to hold this abuser off while she was trying to get the baby safely in the car. But yeah, no, in real life, I'm picking up that this divine feminine, she won't just leave this masculine as long as he shows up as an ally and support. I hear fire in the flood, right? Because she knows that they're better together too. It's fire, advanced joy. Also, here we're going home by Advanced Joy. Oh, there it is, and then recommended next to this. That's funny. That's a commercial. What's the next one in the queue? Anyway.
I was only walking through your neighborhood, saw you out on honey in the cold. I stood anywhere I go, there you are. Anywhere I go, there you are.
Divine masculine, I heard that. There are a few energies coming through. I didn't know that about Cardi. Yeah, and I don't typically just sit here and trash talk people or artists or anything like that. So if you hear me doing that or refusing to support somebody's music, it's for good reason. I heard that. I wouldn't support that after that either. What? Support rapists and abusers? No. And I heard that. No, you're right. They don't deserve their platforms. I agree. And I think if more people knew this and knew about this, I heard that. Right. Well, what's the difference between her doing that and a man? Right. If I were a man, would you tolerate this? That's why that's the caption of the cover photo where she's asking the question. And the answer is no, probably not. Probably people would not. Or if more people knew about it.
I've been getting used to waking up with you.
But because I have the gifts that I have, I could hear the evil. I could pick up the nasty frequency in their voice, like when they were making those noises. Their spirits were showing through, and I felt it. It's a frequency thing.
Used to waking up here. Anywhere I go, there you are. Anywhere I go, there you are. There you are. There you are. You're the fire and the flood, and I always feel you in my blood. Everything is fine when your head's resting next to mine, next to mine. You're the fire and the flood. Since we met, I feel the lightness in my step. You're miles away, but I still feel you. Anywhere I go, there you are. Anywhere I go, there you are. Late at night, when you can't fall asleep, I'll be lying right beside you, counting sheep. Anywhere I go, there you are. Anywhere I go, there you are. There you are. There you are. You're the fire and the flood, and I always feel you in my blood. Everything is fine when your head's resting next to mine, next to mine. You're the fire and the flood. Now listen here, she said, boy, when you know, you'll know, and I know.
Okay. So there's that one too. And I also heard there's an angry comic. This one. The temperature just shifted again. Took my hoodie off because it was hot. Now it's cold. It's Divine Masculine coming through at first. Messages.
Under the surface, you don't know what you'll find until it's your time. No second chances, but all we can do is try. I made up my mind. I can't see you, but I hear your call, baby. Hold we're going home. If we make it or we don't, we won't be alone. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. If you're waiting all your life, you won't ever go. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. When I see your light shine. Some things are simple and hard to ignore, they say. The truth is like that. We're getting colder, so far from the shore, I say. The world is like that. I can't see you, but I hear your call. Baby, hold on now. We're going home. If we make it or we don't, we won't be alone. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. If you're waiting all your life, you won't ever go. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. When I see your light shine, there's a place that I wanna run away.
So do I. That's funny. 33. Just my birthday was last week. How old are you?
We're going home. If we make it or we don't, we won't be alone. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. If you're waiting all your life, you won't ever go. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. When I see your light shine, I know I'm home.
You're good.
When I see your light shine, I know I'm home. I'm home. When I see your light shine.
Bless your heart. This one is indie. This is my indie boy. Actually, his name is Indica, but...
What's so exciting?
Oh, careful, buddy. He's a baby. Just a little baby. That's his first name. He has they both have middle names too, wouldn't you know? Good boys. Oh, you. Don't help you.
I've been waiting for the tides to change, for the waves to send you my way. I see you, darling, but you pixelate. It gets hard
Ow!
to take.
Don't bite my nail, goofball. Mom, punch. No, give me some elbow rings or
I'll be there when you finally make it home.
come on.
I don't mind, 'cause we both know that we'll be fine when you can finally make it home. Because when I'm in a room with you, that missing piece is found. You know that no other side, darling, nothing can break us down.
This one? By Kushner? I like this one. Is this the right one? Is this the one you were thinking of? It's a good one.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Trying to wash away all the blood and smell.
Do tell. Indica Haze. And then the other one, it's so funny because when we got them and named them, we adopted them from the ASPCA as kittens. We hadn't really quite learned their personalities yet, but I just intuitively named them. And they ended up being aptly named because this one is the more chill one out of the two. The other one is a bit more rambunctious. But the more rambunctious one, his name is Nitro Kush. His middle name is Kush. This one's middle name is Hayes. And then over the next couple of weeks, we started watching them and learning their personalities. They were aptly named. Indica's the more chill weed. Indica's also the more chill cat. My clingy Velcro cuddle buddy. They're both cuddle buddies, but they're different. They embody the energies of Horus and Anubis big time. In fact, the more rambunctious one, he learned to open the front door, and he taught his brother. He's also the big tree climber if he were to get out, and the hunter. And he got into a scuffle with a coyote, in fact, and this coyote bit him on the throat. Usually that's a kill shot. And the cat ended up beating the coyote and making it home alive. I heard that. That is unheard of. I know, that's my point. But that's the one that resonates with Anubis. That's Anubis, okay? And Anubis is represented by a jackal. But a jackal is in the dingo genus line family. It's like they're like cousins of jackals, the dingoes. But the dingoes are also, wouldn't you know, related to coyotes. So he might be a cat, but the reason he won that face-off with a coyote is because that's his genus line of spirit. His spirit is more dog-like. And you know what? That also makes sense because I've always said that he's more like a dog than a cat. That's the one that will, like, wait at the front door and then also picks things up in his mouth, whether it be like shoes or toys, and will like carry them around the house like a dog and like leave them. I'll find toys and stuff in the bed. Shoes sometimes, slippers in the bed. I heard that. He really is like a dog. I'm telling you. So he beat the coyote.
This lust is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone prayer. So it's tied and entwined by pride and guilt.
I heard that.
Just darkness in the distance.
So does that make you Isis? You did call me mama.
From the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Same time, you and I drip the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Telling myself it's the last time. Can you spare any mercy that you might find? I'm down on my knees again. Deep down when poison from the same vibe. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
That's a good one. Good call. Good request so far. I heard that. You knew what song that was, but without even me having to tell you the artist. I like that song. I know that song. I knew the other one too, actually. Rebel, Princess of Pop. Right. She says as she sings on screen. The Rebel. I also posted a song, I think, in the community board. It popped up on my feed this morning. There was something about divine feminine being having a rebel heart or something. The visionary. Right. Somebody who can see the space princess, right? Who's not afraid to stand out like an alien. Come on, baby. I heard that. He really is a Velcro kitty right under my elbow. But this is somebody who can see the vision, see, wow, the manifestation before it manifests, right? So knows how to step and that it is the right call to step. I hear leap of faith. This is why she's not afraid to take the leap of faith. Yeah, because I can see the outcome. I can see the outcome. It's like a chessboard, right? When you are a visionary this way. You see, a good chess player looks at the board and sees what potential moves that they can make, but they also try to see what potential moves the opponent can make. So that they know how the opponent might potentially move, meaning they know how to protect themselves or move to most effectively handle their kingdom, so to speak. And so, of course, certain things like free will come into play. Like, let's say that someone recognizes their divine counterpart and they know it's worth the risk of reaching out because they know it could lead to a whole fairy tale happily ever after. Marriage, babies, happy forever. Whatever their happiness version is, right? But that also requires both parties being on the same page and the free will choice of both of them being made to be in the connection and then also remain loyal to it, committed to it. That's one example. But also, if you don't even take those action steps that you're guided to take, then you've already forfeited, haven't you? Again, it takes a mutual reciprocity. If somebody shoots their shot and then the other person doesn't reach back, that's that other person's free will. So it does, things like that do play out. But when you see the vision and you have a divine calling, typically it's for higher purpose and cause. Precisely that way. This could be like working on a project even, or going to school, or even a job. Like, some people might not see the benefit of it. They might not see the purpose. They might not see the payoff. But you know that even though it might take you a bit to get there, by the time you finally do, oh my God, there's cat hair in my mouth now. It was for good cause. Other people might doubt you and talk trash about you the whole time that you're building, but when they finally start to see the payoff, they wish they had done it too, or they wish they'd supported you more. Why did I do that? Why did I report them? Those are the questions they ask themselves at that point. Or they start to, or they should. Not that they have a necessary, not that they necessarily. Good gracious, Kat, you gotta stay off because I can't stand this right now. Right. You leave your mother alone, divine feminine, divine masculine says. No, never any elbow room. Got hair in her lip gloss. Won't stay out of her food the once in a while that she eats. You need to relax and let her relax. Go do something else. You don't always need to be right up in your mother's grill. Pretty much is what he's saying. Yeah. Divine masculine says, I don't blame you for being a bitch. You have to tell people to fuck off just to catch a breath sometime. Yeah. And why does it take that much for people to get a fucking grip or a clue? Thanks. Because they're stupid and selfish? Yeah, so fuck off. And I don't feel bad for telling you so. Toodles. If you deserve it, you deserve it. Not everybody does. Not everybody gets that version of me. Choose wisely. Pretty much is my consensus on that. But let's go back, shall we? First, we've got trials. So there are people trying to test the divine connection or situations that tried to come between them. Yep, waiting. Right, so waiting for this connection to evolve or trying to move it forward. But this is the thing. Divine feminine doesn't wait. I hear time waits for no man. Right, so if he wants to sit there and wait and dilly-dally for any reason, let alone because he thinks so highly of himself, he thinks that she won't have another option or she won't leave or something when he's very clearly neglecting her and or the connection, then, well, he's in for a rude awakening. And I've been hearing this. If I don't snatch her up now, somebody else is going to, and like fast, because she's on the rise and she's not about to stop anytime soon. So I could go with her or I could lose her on the way up, on her way up. I could partner up with her and be a team, or I can sit back and watch whoever she does end up partnering up with. But I know she's going to, and I know it's not going to take that long. Pretty much is what he's saying. So if I don't, somebody else will. Or God will move me aside for wasting too much of her time. Yeah. Let's do this one, actually. Forgiveness. Yeah, he says, I'm sorry for taking so long. Fulfillment. But there's love coming through. This is final union of this connection. Trust. And they're learning to open up and expand in trust, or they do have this trust for each other. Mockingbird, yeah, I can do that. Attraction, because they're being drawn towards each other. Also in the trust card, they were taking a bath together, and there's also, first she's in the bath here, and then he joins her in the bath, but she trusts him to do so as well. And they actually really enjoy each other's company. In wine with drinks, it looks like they're in bed with drinks, rather. There, look, there's the wine again. Passion, there's passion here. And truth. This passion and this trust comes from the honesty that they have between each other. I feel like these are two people who like to communicate. They both have heart-to-heart conversations. They just speak their mind and what they feel pretty consistently. The cards are an energy reading. cold now. Hi, baby. You want some more? You know?
Yeah, I know sometimes things may not always make sense to you right now. But hey, what daddy always tell you, straighten up, little soldier. Stiffen up that upper lip. What you crying about? You got me. Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad when I'm gone, but I'm trying to give you the life that I never had. I can see you sad, even when you smile, even when you laugh, I can see it in your eyes. Deep inside, you wanna cry, cause you're scared. I ain't there, daddy's with you in your prayers. No more crying, wipe them tears. Daddy's here, no more nightmares. We gon' pull together through it, we gon' do it. Laney uncle's crazy, ain't he? Yeah, but he loves you, girl, and you better know it. World we got in this world, when it spins, when it swirls, when it whirls, when it twirls. Two little beautiful girls looking puzzled in a daze. I know it's confusing you. Daddy's always on the move, mama's always on the news. I try to keep you sheltered from it, but somehow it seems the harder that I try to do that, the more it backfires on me. All the things growing up as daddy had to see. Daddy don't want you to see, but you see just as much as he did. We did not plan it to be this way, your mother and me, but things have got so bad between us. I don't see us ever being together ever again, like we used to be when we was teenagers. But then of course everything always happens for a reason. I guess it was never meant to be, but it's just something we have no control over, and that's what destiny is. But no more worries, rest your head and go to sleep. Maybe one day we'll wake up and this'll all just be a dream. Now hush, little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Stiffen that up on the pump, little lady. I told you, daddy's here to hold you through the night. I know mommy's right here right now, and we don't know why. We feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby, but I promise mama's gonna be alright. It's funny, I remember back one year when daddy had no money. Mommy wrapped the Christmas presents up and stuck them under the tree and said some of them were from me, cause daddy couldn't buy them. I'll never forget that Christmas. I sat up the whole night crying, cause daddy felt like a bum. See, daddy had a job, but his job was to keep the food on the table for you and mom. And at the time, every house that we lived in either kept getting broken into and robbed or shot up on the block. And your mom was saving money for you in a jar, trying to start a piggy bank for you so you could go to college. Almost had $1,000 till someone broke in and stole it. And I know it hurt so bad it broke your mama's heart. And it seemed like everything was just starting to fall apart. Mom and dad was arguing a lot, so mama moved back on the Chalmers in a flat, one-bedroom apartment, and dad moved back to the other side of 8 Mile on Novara. And that's when daddy went to California with his CD and met Dr. Dre and flew you and mama out to see me. But daddy had to work, you and mama had to leave me. Then you started seeing daddy on the TV, and mama didn't like it. And you and Laney were too young to understand it. Papa was a Rolling Stone, mama developed a habit, and it all happened too fast for either one of us to grab it. I'm just sorry you were there and had to witness it firsthand, cause all I ever wanted to do was just make you proud. Now I'm sitting in this empty house, just reminiscing, looking at your baby pictures. It just trips me out to see how much you both have grown. It's almost like your sisters now. Wow, I guess you pretty much are. And daddy's still here. Laney, I'm talking to you too. Daddy's still here. I like the sound of that chair. It's got a ring to it, don't it? Shh, mama's only gone for the moment. Now just little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be alright. Stiffen that up, pull it up, little lady. I told you, daddy's here to hold you through the night. I know mommy's not here right now.
I'm making up a divine masculine. He's so angry at these karmics for like trying to slander a divine feminine, and he says that's you. Everything you tried to say about her is you. That is who you are. Get real. Stop throwing stones from glass houses. You already destroyed your own property. If they had any. Sometimes they didn't have property to begin with. Sometimes what they were destroying was what they had left that they already took from other people first. Right, but the Ponzi scheme just crumbled. Whoops, not my whoops.
Feel how we feel inside. It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby, but I promise mama's gonna be alright. And if you ask me to, daddy's gonna buy you a mockingbird. I'ma give you the world. I'ma buy a diamond ring for you. I'ma sing for you. I'll do anything for you to see you smile. And if the mockingbird don't sing and that ring don't shine, I'ma break that birdie's neck. I go back to the jeweler who sold it to you, and they can meet every carat. Don't do it, dad.
Don't fuck with mom. What do you mean? Mama bear is just a very endearing way of saying that if you fuck with my children, I will tear you apart and eat your insides for breakfast. With a smile. And I don't typically eat breakfast, but you know I'll start today. Cheers. 12:22. 1:12:22 rather. This is a fallen masculine.
So we can easily.
Oh, shush. Sounds like they need some insurance.
I was looking at pictures I didn't want to see. They brought back memories. You look happy, I guess. Got the life that you wanted, but it ain't with me. You would think by now that I wouldn't care. It's been a couple years, and yeah, I've had my share of other broken apart, but I only shed real tears over ours. Now I'm in this cold light, and this don't even feel like life. 'Cause I don't have the only woman who believed in me religiously. And now I'm in the back of the church, praying just to stop the hurt. 'Cause I don't have the only woman who was ever for me religiously. Remember watching you play me our song on the top.
I just heard Divine Masculine say, yeah, she's mine now. You lost her. You lost out. Thanks for letting go of a good woman. The best woman you'll never have ever again. Pretty much. Give or take a few words.
Thought I'd marry you. Act like I'm happier now, but all of my friends.
If she's mine now, I'm going to put a ring on that finger. That's my finger now. I'm all wrapped around it. That's my girl now. Bye. Pretty much. Give or take a few words. So cute, actually. Very lovingly, not aggressively, not abusively, but very... Also, I like the sass. Kind of territorial, but not in a bad way.
Oh, that ain't the truth. And lately life's been good to me. Mama's healthy and I'm helping out the whole family. But people know my name. I made a little change. That don't mean nothing.
How are you? I hope you're doing well.
In this cold light, and this don't even feel like life. 'Cause I don't have the only woman who believed in me religiously.
Late. You must work late or be on a different time zone than I am. But technically it's almost midnight here and I'm pretty much on the night shift, so who am I to say? I hope you're having a nice time. And I hope you have a nice time off when you're done.
'Cause I don't have the only woman who was ever for me religiously. Brought me to God and I put you through hell. You were all about us, I was all about myself. What kind of man would lose a woman like that? If my soul could be forgiven, I would give it all even feel like life. 'Cause I don't have the only woman who believed in me religiously. And now I'm in the back of the church, begging God just to stop the hurt. 'Cause I don't have the only woman who believed in me religiously. I ain't got the only woman who was there for me religiously.
Eczema. These crystals are hard to get off a little bit. I don't usually put so many on there. But you know what I did just invest in? Some tools. There it is. Good grief. So that I can do some flowers, acrylic flowers. Those I can just soak off. These not so much. These will not dissolve in acetone. Certainly not in that short of a time period. But I got them. They just triple spammed us with commercials. That was a lot. Moving on. Anyway, back to Tory Lanez. We got it on a little bit of a tangent with that, I think for good reason. But here's that song again.
What do you want? Got that. Just put your number on my phone. If you decide to text me, then you just...
Also, Divine Masculine says, you weren't talking shit about an artist. You were... Here also, he says she's vulgar. You were exposing abuse. Yes, that's exactly. It's not about who she is. It's not about the music or anything else. But it does make a lot more of who she is as a person and what she puts out with her content. It makes it make sense, doesn't it? Also, I don't even think she writes a lot of her own stuff. She just regurgitates somebody else's stuff.
Serious?
Big baby.
Keeping it honest. You wouldn't want a young nigga if I wasn't whipping this foreign. So I came back to play. You gon' have to do more than...
I'm so sad for him. I've loved this song for a long time. When is this? 9 years ago? Yeah, a long time. This is like a love song. Not that narcissists don't love bomb people all the time, but this is a love song. And do you know how stressed out he must have been over the last couple of years about this? Unnecessarily. With the weight of a 10-year prison sentence hanging over her head because she is a fucking liar. That makes me so upset. I can't stand people like that. I'm an Aries. I've got Aries in my chart, in one of my main sectors in my chart. Okay, Aries on the upright are huge on a few things, often family, but honesty and morality are two big things that play in with an upright Aries, and trust. Right, we try to be trustworthy people, and we want to be able to trust people, knowing that not everybody is, so discernment also, but yeah, nonetheless. Big on honesty and morals.
You gon' have to do less for you. So mommy, you know I always want you to. You gon' have to do more than just. You gon' have to do less for you. So mommy, you know I. So you gon' need to do more than just.
He says, this is pretty. It's really pretty. It's really nice. I mean, like, I'm just sad. I heard so she attacked a soft boy. Sounds like it. I don't like that very much. There's a reason I advocate for men too. It's just that not everybody deserves it. And right, these abusers get, like male abusers get mad. You just don't like men. You're just a Oh, you're just... No. I just don't like you. If you're a horrible person, male or female, you're a horrible person. I'm not going to sit there and pretend you're not. That's your issue. It's not about the gender. It's the fact that I see through you as a character statement, and you don't like that very much. Because you can't manipulate me as a result. I'm trying to find a little category to put me in is just an excuse, but either way, you're wrong. He's wearing a shirt that says ride or die. I want you and you want me. I'm so sad for this. The whole thing is sad for him. Send love and good vibes that truth and justice is served and prevails. Thanks, God. Love you, Sky Daddy.
I know it doesn't right, 'cause you and me, 'cause I got dough. Ever since you walked in, set my phone, slam my door. You know I know that you been on it, but I've been on it, on the low. So let a young nigga get down on it. Yeah, love when you spin around on it. Yeah, even though a young nigga want you. Shawty, I promise the truth, and when I come down on it, yeah, you love when I'm down on it. Yeah, fuck around, spend time on it. Yeah. You gon' have to do more than just you gon' have to do less for you. So mama, you know I always want you to. You gon' have to do more than just you gon' have to do less for you. So mama, you know I so you gon' need to do more than just things you know I'm down for. Ain't gon' act like you ain't bout my door. You know I know, girl, you know I'm down for. Take your time to find you, I won't hesitate to take the time to waste, no baby. Bringing out the foreign, not to play, you know it's things to take. So let a young nigga get down on it. Yeah, love when you spin around on it. Yeah, even though a young nigga want you. Shawty, I promise the truth, and when I come down on it, yeah, you love when I'm down on it. Yeah, fuck around, spend time on it. Out there. You gon' have to do more than just you gon' have to do less for you. So mama, you know I always want you to.
I know. Somebody says, this is good. I know. She was just trying to chase clout off of his name. Makes me, I don't like her. I don't like her music. I cannot stand her. Her vibe is off. She's just trashy and annoying and ratchet, like just doing too much, way too much for attention. I can't stand it. Heard that. This is more my vibe. So, airport here. Possibly traveling for divine masculines and feminines. It's like a couple at an airport. 25-22.
On a Saturday night in the summer, sundown and they all come out. Lamborghinis and they're renting hummus. The party's on, so they're heading downtown. Everybody's looking for a come up, and they wanna know what you're about. Me in the middle with the one I love it. We're just trying to figure everything out. We don't fit in well, 'cause we are just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation. Yeah, you look stunning.
We don't fit in well because we're just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation. Oh, thank you.
That question here, this is my only fear, that we become beautiful people, top designer clothes, front row fashion shows. What you do and who'd you know? Inside the world, beautiful people, champagne and rolling nose, prenups and broken homes, surrounded but still alone. Let's leave the party. That's not who we are. We are not beautiful. Yeah, that's not who we are.
How are you?
We are not beautiful. True for hours last night and we made it nowhere. Now I see stars in your eyes when we're halfway there. Oh, nah, I'm not fazed by all the lights and flashy cameras. Cause with my arms around you, there's no need to care. We are just ourselves. I could use some help getting out of this conversation here. Your looks don't end, so don't ask that question here. This is my only fear that we become beautiful people. Top designer clothes, front row fashion shows. What you do and who'd you know?
I got it.
Inside the world, beautiful people, champagne and rolling nose.
Okay. St. Louis, you've been on a... no, I mean, yes and no. No, I've had it for a couple of years. I just haven't had it out in quite a while. I used it more on like TikTok and stuff when I was there. But you have a work trip? I'm super grateful to be alive. Oh gosh, it's been a week. I won't even get into it right now, but the devil tried. Just leave it at that. How are you? How are things? I know you had some adventures to address. Hope you had a good time with your baby. It's always fun. Mickey Mouse pancakes and all. Good enough for now. Florida and then North Carolina, wow. Oh, it's nice to see you. I believe you. She sounds very sweet. You travel a lot for work then, huh? I did just pick something up about flights on the screen a few minutes ago before you came on here, I think. Florida and North Carolina. It'll be warm down there. I won't even get into it. That's so funny though. It's one of the places that the karmics tried from this week. North Carolina again. Silly. I hope you have a good trip and a safe flight. At least you won't get jet lag this time, right? Yeah. I'm not going to give them the time and energy on this live. Other than just to tell you that more letters in the mail. Bunches of them. Like, they're getting super desperate. starters. Lots of online harassment they tried, but yeah, desperation, that's all. Lots of narcissistic projection. They thought they were doing something. They didn't. They got themselves in more trouble. Hurt their own feelings trying to hurt mine. Imagine trying to make yourself feel good by trying to make yourself feel powerful by trying to hurt my feelings. And then you end up feeling worse because it doesn't work. Talk about a backfire. Whoops. Not my whoops. I warned them not to do that. But we're not going to give them the time and the energy. Just so you know what you missed. But I've been catching up and rebuilding. I know I'm not the only one. Proud of everybody. Keep going. I'm kind of ready for sleep again. And I took a late nap. I woke up at like 7:30 p.m. from a cat nap. I'm ready for bed.
So when you're alone, I'll be there.
Somebody says something about their schedule versus mine. Well, no, normally I wouldn't do that, but I've had a lot to do lately, and so I get it in where I can when it's like that. First of all. Second of all, I do a lot of work on the spirit plane. Of course, you have to be awake to get certain things done, especially earthly things done, but spiritually speaking, I get a lot of stuff done when I sleep. So these people wanted to play spiritual warfare, right? Sometimes all I have to do is take a nap to kick their ass. Karmic says, you're going to regret that. I see it already. Trying to go do spell work, and I think that I'm not going to attack you. I don't take a nap to go attack you. I take a nap to recover from all the crap that you tried to do. And when you try to attack me while I'm napping, I just happen to whoop your ass spiritually in the process. But again, you should have stayed out of my lane in my face. Boo. This is why we're not opening that can of worms. So let's close that back up. Because they always come with the shit. Rejected.
If I could go back to when you were lonely, I'd be there.
I heard that. Don't feel bad. You know, it's good. It's a good question. But also, we're elevating the frequency. We've already addressed that and dealt with it and moved. I've moved past it. They're still bugging out, clearly. So we don't need to. Pandora's box. Time and a place, though. This is not that. I worked to deal with it all week. They don't get any more time and attention. Not for me.
Yeah. Go into our bags, 'cause we are the only people who can understand. Yeah. The road that
I heard it's only Tuesday. Exactly. So I kicked ass and I'm early, but they've also been doing this in rounds for quite some time now. I just finally had enough and put an end to it.
traveled on gravel and stone is paved every path that I know. I will be coming. I know 'cause I've been there before. I know that it's on. Because of my struggle, I swore that I'd always be good to you. I know 'cause I've been there before. Through all of this.
funny. The baby. You just said, hey, mommy, don't put me down. Did you see that? Mommy, don't. Okay. Oh, you can't be mad at him. Are you good? You need some love. That's okay. Sometimes we all need some love. He says, you do too, Mom. You know what? Yeah, I do. You're right. He's a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, sometimes we just need to listen to our bodies. If they need a little break, then they need a break. It's good for us. Recovery naps are good. Hi, babes. This one started being frantic on my shoulder, and I was confused as to what he was doing all of a sudden. But his brother walked by behind me and flicked his tail, and I realized that he was trying to grab it on my shoulder. Oh, that's funny. Hope by what? Hope by who? I heard this one too.
I wanna be your rock that you can depend on, even when the ground might shake. I wanna be the one to wipe away your tears, saying everything will be okay. I know you've been hurt by what he might have said. I'm just saying that ain't what you deserve. Just give me one to pick up where he left, 'cause he still has a lot to learn. Girl, you could do better than what you got going on right now. I'm talking about forever. So baby, just hear me out. Oh, he might have ran you down, put you through the ringer. Damn sure won't put a ring on your finger. Tore you apart, but I know what I'm doing. Let me do everything he couldn't. Everything he couldn't. I wanna meet you long, kick it on the porch, drinking beer with your dad. I wanna see the stars, the bed of my truck, even when your day's been bad. I know you've been thinking about what he's been doing, but he ain't up to no.
Oh, also, I'm proud of you. Was that promotion recent? Congratulations. But you said something about having to like make your rounds and introduce yourself. That's actually kind of cool. That's really cool. Congratulations. Sure, it means more burden and time on your schedule sometimes, but that ability to kick back is really nice. Hope by... Nope. I don't play him. There's some kind of energy. We talked about that. Music and frequency and what have you. That is... I don't know exactly. There's something off with that energy. I don't play him here. I think he's gone, actually. Rest in peace. But, no, I don't do that one here. take another request if you want, though. Theoretically speaking.
Girl, you could do better than what you got going.
Somebody's laughing at my giant cup. It helps me stay hydrated. What do you mean? I could drink like 6.5 of these to get what I want out of my water content for the day, or I could drink like one of these.
I'm talking about forever.
4 to 6.
So baby, just hear me out. Oh, he might have ran you down, put you through the ringer. Damn sure won't put a ring on your finger. Tore you apart, but I know what I'm doing. Let me do everything that he could. He won't make you smile, he can't make you laugh. He don't pray for you, girl, he never had your back. He don't care if you
That's funny. It is. Works though.
know about what he's doing. Let me do everything.
It's bigger than your face. Oh, it absolutely is. But it works.
You could do better than what you got going on right now. Talking about forever. So baby, just hear me out. Oh, he might have ran you down, put you through the ringer. Damn sure won't put a ring on your finger. Tore you apart, but I know what I'm doing. Let me do everything. Everything you couldn't. Girl, you deserve better. Tell me everything you couldn't.
Stock-is tuna is convenient, but with
That's very cool. That's really cool. That was part of the reading I did earlier. It's like the visionary energy, and like I actually said something about that. I didn't realize that that's what was going on, but that makes sense. In some cases it's like a relationship I mentioned, and in some cases it could be a project, but in some cases it was work for some people. And it's like other people might not realize why you're doing something, or they might think it's silly, or they all have something to say about it while you're building. But then all of a sudden, when it finally pays off and you reach the goal, they either wish that they had joined you, they wish they'd supported you sooner, they wish. Every time. But a visionary sees the potential outcomes beforehand. Free will does come into play with some things, especially when there are multiple people involved in a situation, but here where there's a will, God has a way. I also heard this one again. I'm not mad at
I need you to get real for. I need you to feel for. Just take it slow and breathe for me. Go ahead and put it all on me. Yeah, you know I'd risk it all for you. I'ma take it all off for you. Oh girl, you know I got some plans for you. Say you need me to be that man for you. Oh baby, I ain't going nowhere. Oh no girl, I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you can trust me, you should know it. Oh baby, I'm just trying to show you. You give me all my discretion. You give me all my discretion. Girl, I'ma show you some attention. Help you relieve all that aggression. Sheesh. I need you to break it down for me. I need you to take a run for me. Baby, just let it all out for me.
That's right.
I want you to lay all that down on me. Ain't gotta think about it, don't care what it costs me. Girl, I'ma spend it on you, put you in that for me. Yeah, I can make it happen, anything you want, baby. Oh, I can be the captain, ride it like a toy. Cause baby, I ain't going nowhere. Oh no, girl, I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you can trust me, you should know it. Oh baby, I'm just trying to show you. You can rely on my discretion. You can rely on my discretion. Girl, I'ma show you some attention.
This is Discretion. This is the Heartbreakers edition of Discretion by Abel Hart. I love this one. I like them all. But I really love the Heartbreakers editions, and I think it's because I don't know, it's like he put the softer side of him into these ones, and I love that a lot.
Help you relieve all that aggression. Girl, you already know that I want some. You don't make me feel like no one. They try to live for the moment. Just ride my way, no ocean. Think I got a new addiction. Refill my prescription. No, I don't care what they say. Girl, your secrets with me. You could be my doctor, give me medical attention. Take a few of these that help me vertigo. Oh, you know what I'm on, they don't need to know. Girl, I mean, this ain't no cameo. I ain't going nowhere. Oh no, girl, I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you can trust me, you should know it. Cause baby, I'm just
You know what? I've actually been dizzy the last couple of days. I've had to be careful. I've started boosting. I also noticed a couple bruises on my butt cheek. So I started boosting my iron content. And then part of that's just the stress of having to deal with things. I get concussion symptoms. Unfortunately, when you get into complex or tier 2 PTSD, it creates actual physiological injuries, like physical injuries. That's why I go to EMDR to rebuild the neurons that are injured, because that's what a concussion is. It's injured sectors of the brain, injured neurons. And that's why people that have concussions need sleep, need extra sleep. And so, hello, there goes the nap requirement. That's why it's really strange, actually. If you know enough about Lyme disease, that's the third one. If you know enough about concussions and then you know enough about complex PTSD, you'll notice that the symptoms cross over. And even the way that the symptoms affect the neurological stuff, they're very similar. It's really weird. But that's one of the things that I noticed, and that's one of the things that happens. So I do art therapy, and I make sure to rest when my body needs it. It's part of the recovery process too. I heard that they tried to put you in shell shock again. Yep. And so when you're like spirit's jumping out of your body, pretty much, it's dissociation is what it is, or an attempt of it. That's what they were aiming for. It does make the equilibrium kind of funny, but also so do dislocated bones, like when I've been injured to that point and I'm waiting on medical appointments or proper resources to get there to do so, it can affect everything, including like the water in the ears and the balance of the equilibrium. So That all plays out. It's not spellcraft. Some of these people thought that they were magical. No, it's not spellcraft. It's domestic abuse.
Sure, you give me love, my discretion. You give me love, my discretion. Girl, I'ma show you some attention. Help you relieve all that aggression.
Prove what? Prove what? What needs proving? There are 2 people in here, but there have been many people in and out of here over the, I don't know how long I've been here. 153 minutes. Couple hours. So pretty. I heard nothing needs proving. No, I'm just chilling. Also, I was joking. Let's do. A side note, I got a channel earlier. I heard a divine
Members Mark is your
a divine masculine energy earlier say about a divine feminine that she's good to him and that she's good for him as well. I just got chills. Chills.
It was good to be there.
Right up my spine.
But I lost good friends under the spotlight.
Have you really? I'm so sorry to hear that. How? Sports? How did you break bones? God. I've never broken a bone. But the dislocation, it's just like semi-dislocation. That's what a subluxation is. Requires relocation, at least. And, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure what you felt was worse on levels, actually. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks. I'm glad you understand, but I'm sorry to know that you went through things that help you understand. That's awful. I'm not sorry to know. Sorry that you went through it. Hope you're okay now. Does that still hurt? I've heard sometimes people, if not with bones and like surgery, they hurt sometimes, even after they heal. Often it's more scar tissue I've heard about, but...
But they had nothing nice to say.
God.
Nothing nice to say.
Yeah, that's important.
It was good to be living at the high life. Oh, but the calm down's harder in the headlights. Oh, everybody tells you should play the game, but there's only you to play. There's only you to play. Well, that's right.
just talked about that. No wonder I heard this.
To make a breakthrough. Oh, I lost my mind, look what it came to. I had to lose it all so I could understand. Oh, I was just a boy in the shadow of my mind.
Let me tell you something. Okay, visionary. It's so cool, but also when I see things that are graphic, like I'm not a blood and guts kind of girl. I'll handle it if I need to, but there's a reason I'm not a nurse or like a doctor or a veterinarian or anything like that. And you're good, don't worry about it. But ooh, see, I just got chills. Even just hearing about it, I got flashbacks. I was just thinking about this a few minutes ago, but I kind of like brushed it off, and then I read your comments. I think it's called like Bear Mountain or something. Please tell me. Do you know this movie? Like, no. What is it? No. What's the movie? It's like a mountain. Hold on. What's that movie? Okay, there's this movie. I'm trying to remember what it is, but oh, hold on. I see it. Hold on. Wait, was it Alaska? What was this? The Edge? No. Yeah, is it The Edge? I think I found it. I found it. Okay, it's called The Edge. An intellectual billionaire and two other men struggle to band together and survive after getting stranded in the Alaskan wilderness. I was getting flashes. I knew it had to do with a plane crash, but then I got a vision of the fact that it was like a flash of geese flying into the propeller, and that's how the plane crashes. Like the flock of geese flew into the plane and the plane crashed. And so the survivors end up stranded in this Alaskan wilderness. I think it was just like a scenic tour they were doing or something, and then they crashed. And they get trapped in this Alaskan like mountain environment with a bloodthirsty Kodiak bear trying to hunt them down for dinner. And in this mountain environment, I think it's like a Native American person, or there's some kind of guy, like a trapper. And I don't even think he's necessarily a trapper per se, I don't recall, but he does lay bear traps around, I think just around the property, to make sure that if there are any that are trying to sniff out his cabin, then the traps get them before they can get him. But these men don't realize that there are these traps there. And so they're the traps that are, you dig a hole in the ground and then you lay these sticks over the hole, and then like a cross hatch of brush or sticks, just enough to keep, like if you toss a bunch of leaves on top of it, the leaves will stay, but you won't, if somebody were to step on it, they would fall through. And spoiler, one of these guys does. And the way he falls, he breaks his leg and his shin bone pops all the way up and out of his knee. And that was that was a bad part for me. That was not great. Like my biological father, I can still photographically remember this, what and when and where, like put this on. I was so young, too young for this, but he put it on and he was watching it, and that was just the one he had on the TV. So but then this trapper, this guy's bleeding out because the bone comes out, and I don't have to explain that to you. You have to relocate it. I can see it. But when he did, this like gush of blood just starts squirting out of his kneecap. It fucked me up. And it's funny how like 25 years later, it still makes me cringe. Yeah. Dating. That's okay. Millennials. When was this put out? The Edge. Gosh. Let's see. 1997. Yeah, that's funny. I must have been, I don't know if I watched this when it came out. I don't know exactly when, like the year that he played it was. I had to be, because things at that time, and I was not allowed to go back, for good reason. I shouldn't have been in the first place, but I don't know if he watched it like the year it came out. That's the thing. If so, if he put it on and I saw it, I heard that. That sounds like, even at that age, that's probably too old of a movie for a little girl. Yeah, I heard that. I wouldn't let my daughter watch that either. But or I heard, right, nightmares and yeah, all kinds of stuff. Bear attacks, geese dying, the blood, no, the vulgarity in the language, I'm sure. It's rated R. Right. And so either way, I was under 10, and so that was too young for this. I heard, no wonder it fucked you. Yeah. And no, we're good. Just battery died. I had to plug it back in. I was able to restart it. Let me turn up the brightness though. So what I was saying before the battery so rudely died. Just kidding, that was kind of my bad. I should have plugged it in sooner. It was entirely my bad. I should have plugged it in sooner. If he put this on the screen, on the television at home, the year that it came out, then I would have been 5 years old. And that was way too young for that. But you know what scene I'm talking about. Good grief, then. Ugh. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's what I was worried about. That's why I asked. Oh. I'm glad you're not in pain still, though. That's the other thing. Sometimes people don't really fully recover. It's awful. Somebody is confused as to how I could be in such pain if I've never broken a bone. Well, because when you're abused so heavily for so long, a number of things happen, including a lot of my muscle tissue atrophied, and that holds up and properly locks the bones into place. So instead of breaking, they would just like dislocate instead, unfortunately. So the key is to get them back in alignment, and then it's like a physical therapy thing, is to get the muscular structure built back up so that they're supported to the point where they hold. But cortisol and norepinephrine and epinephrine, those are very acidic, caustic chemicals, even naturally speaking, and so those are not good. Those break down muscle tissue. It's like meat tenderizer. And then like curling up in the fetal, waking up in the fetal position out of stress doesn't help that, especially when you need to keep yourself upright. And the opposite is the trauma response, is to recoil. It absolutely does. PT, right. And nerve pain, whether it's a broken bone or anything else, is exquisitely uncomfortable. I'll just put it like that. And that's mild. I heard that. Where are the subluxations? Everywhere. From my toes to the crown of my head at this point, because these people fucked me up so badly, and then it's just gone on for so long. I've almost fully healed and recovered these injuries a few times, including a lot of the trauma stuff. But that's when I would clear out all of their nonsense, and years ago, every couple of years, I'd get it all almost done. There'd be one thing to finish, or I would finally clear out the last thing, and then they would start a whole bunch of new crap because they just couldn't let it go. They just couldn't get a grip. And then because they would be in trouble for all the years of doing that damage and wasting my time based on fabrications, wasting life and energy based on lies, then they had a whole motive to try to cover it up and keep it going. One, because they felt like they needed to latch on to somebody, and then also two, because, well, they'd be really cooked if the truth came out about what they'd done all that time. And so, yeah. Started out as being fun for them to bully me, and then it ended up being, oh fuck, we need to cover it up, otherwise we're going to be screwed for bullying her. But they're screwed either way now. However, my daughter and I still took the damage, didn't we? Oh God. I'm so sorry to hear that. You can move now, right? It's bad. The bone came out. Oh God, that's bad. So that's like a dislocation too, kind of. It's not quite the same, but yeah. If it gets cut or moved to the point of injury like that. I bet that was so bad. I'm so sorry to hear that. To cut the nerve, holy shit. You're a trooper. I heard this, I've been hearing this for days, actually, on and off, 3.
Good morning, beautiful. How was your night? Mine was one
glad you had a safe trip.
Open my eyes and see your sweet face. It's a good morning, beautiful day. I couldn't see the light. I didn't know day from night. I had no reason to care. But since you came along, I can face the dawn. 'Cause I know you'll be there. Good morning, beautiful. How was your night? Mine was wonderful with you by my side. And when I open my eyes to see your sweet face, it's a good morning, beautiful day. I never worry if it's raining outside. In here with you, girl, the sun always shines. Good morning, beautiful. How was your night? Mine was wonderful with you by my side. And when I open my eyes to see your sweet face, it's a good morning, beautiful day. Yeah. Ooh, good morning, beautiful day.
Hello, Grand Rising. Oh yeah. Yep, emotional pain. And you know what the thing about that is? Here, this is the trick. A lot of people don't know this. Takes understanding of the brain and biochemistry. We want some more? The brain does not know the difference between physical and emotional pain. So it's the prefrontal cortex that regulates both emotional and or mental and physical pain. But it doesn't know the difference. It just knows that it hurts. If it hurts, and that's all that matters. At least to the prefrontal cortex. So here's an example for you. A couple of years ago, my grandmother was alive still. I went down to do some errands for her. And one of the things she wanted and needed was for me to go to the grocery store for her. So I did. I was in a good mood. Everything was chill. I was very relaxed. And then I accidentally banged my knee on the coffee table. And it wasn't very funny. But I hit my funny bone. And all of a sudden, when I hit my knee, because it's the nervous system in there, right? It goes all the way up right to the brain. I felt it, like this vibration. It's like somebody struck a chord on a violin or a guitar or something, a string instrument. And you can feel and hear the vibration through the whole instrument. It reverberates through the whole thing. If you touch, you pluck a chord, you touch on a guitar, right, the hollow part, you can feel it vibrate because the chord is pulling a frequency resonance through the whole instrument. And even if truly the sound is loud enough, you can feel it outside of that instrument too. Like if it was bumping through a speaker or something, you don't have to touch it to feel that frequency and the vibration. So I hit my knee, and it wasn't a big deal. It's not like it hurt that much. It just hit in the right spot, but it tweaked that nervous system. And so it sent this vibration up into the prefrontal cortex. And because I was already dealing with such trauma and abuse and all the stress with the court stuff and all of the stuff, my bucket was already full pretty much, right? Trauma bucket, my pain bucket was already full. Pain receptors were already overloaded, and I was handling it. I was doing pretty well. But then when I hit my knee, some of the emotional anxiety or in relation to the emotional trauma started to shake out. And I know enough about the brain chemistry and the biochemistry to know what it is. And so I actually stopped and said, no, you stop that, to my brain. Like, girl, I know you're confused, but I am not. Okay, prefrontal cortex, you cut that shit out. We have to go to the grocery store. You're fine. You just banged your knee. I know you've got residual stress. I know the bucket's full. But relax. And so because I hit my knee physically, some of that emotional trauma started to shake out. So the prefrontal cortex doesn't know the difference. Yeah. Yeah. Also, numbing that out's not good for you, even, because it doesn't really, like, yes and no. But you see people trying to numb themselves a lot of the time with whatever, sex, drugs, and whatever. And are they really numbing themselves? They're not. They're distracting themselves for a minute, typically speaking, but they're often just chasing a high because it never actually works the way that they want it to. Also, a stalker's brain works kind of similarly to an addict's. And they get the thrill of the chase. I'm not judging addiction, P.S. I don't judge people. I understand there's a difference between people who are abusive and people who are addicted. Mr. Meeker made some poor choices towards the end of his life. He trusted somebody he shouldn't have. And he got stressed out and backtracked in his life a little bit. All it took was once. But it cost him his life. So, right. Heard somebody's like, oh, you just have so much love for him, so obviously you don't hold a grudge or a vendetta against people. No, people who are struggling are struggling, and usually people in that position, they're hurting and trying to numb themselves. But I've also seen and dealt with people who are abusive, narcissistic, sociopath diagnosed, who try to blame the abuse on the fact that they're also addicted to different things. But I've met people who've struggled with addiction or who do struggle with addiction, and they're not abusive like that, even on their worst days. And then the abusers on the flip side, even on their best days, they're not good like the empaths. And they claim that it's the drugs and alcohol that makes them abuse or mistreat people or lie or whatever, but Those same ones, I've dealt with them, and they're just as bad when they're sober, if not worse, because at that point, when you're sober, you can walk in a straight line, right? So for the narcissist and the sociopath, it's easier for them to try to keep track of their bullshit and wear the mask. They get sloppier when they are on substances. And this particular person that I dealt with, this is somebody who will relapse. They'll go have a drink and then in an hour go from relapsing on a beer to, because really they shouldn't have anything, a needle full of heroin. Like, it's that extreme. And this is somebody who's addicted to it, and just to anything, using anything, stalking, sex, cocaine, crack, pills, anything. And again, has gone from relapsing on a beer to a needle full of heroin in a single hour. Oh, and then relapsing and going, or excuse me, and then ODing and going to the hospital. So like, there's a difference. And I just make that differentiation point to help beat the stigma. I do empathize, and not everybody's the same. It doesn't excuse abuse. Now, to be very clear, even the best people, and when they struggle with things like that, often the cycles of this don't allow them to be their best self. Putting it nicely. But they still don't get, they're not evil like the abusers who are also addicts. There's a difference and there's a line, and I just think that people get so either scared or they lack understanding about the topic as a whole, or they have misinformation about it, and then if they're just missing baseline information, they certainly don't understand the difference between, right, I heard that, like, oh, they think like all addicts or addiction is the same. Yeah, and it's not that way. Not when it comes to this, not from my observations. Yes. Yes. To be clear, we were both being targeted by the same people who actually have been after me, because they were mad and jealous. There's one particular person, mad and jealous, that I chose to be with somebody who actually valued and respected me instead of threw me across the floor anymore. Yep. And so there's a reason, like, for the injuries that have actually come from the same person who caused all these problems, who was bullying both of us. I've been offered Percocet pills and muscle relaxers and kinds of stuff from the doctors. I won't take it because, unlike Mr. Meeker, I have the information that had I think we had when he was alive, things might have been different. Like, I know better than certain things, and I know certain tools and resources that he didn't, that we didn't. I had him booked in with a doctor who was going to give him what information he needed. But this doctor was so booked out. It took me like a year to get an appointment, and every time there was a cancellation, I would have him bumped up. And then like a week after he died, it was a few weeks before, she said, hey, I've got another cancellation. We can see you faster. We can see you soon. I'm like, okay, great. And then, or no. Yeah, I think it was like a month or so I bumped up his appointment again. But then she said we still had a little bit to go, a couple of months maybe. Then she called me the week after he died and said, hey, we've got a cancellation. We can get you in like next week or within 2 weeks or so, give or take. I forget exactly the timeline now, but you know, he had just died, so it was too late by that point. But I have the information, education, understanding, and also self-discipline to not navigate that. Like I said, I'll stick with my organic weed things. Also, did you know that you cannot overdose on weed because you can with alcohol, you can with all these other drugs? Because the body, unlike any of those other things, is born with an endocannabinoid system, meaning that we have, you can get alcohol poisoning, right? It's because we don't have the receptors to process and break down those things the same way that we do with cannabis. And I'm not saying it's for everybody, of course, but all humans are born with endocannabinoid systems, which is why you cannot overdose on it. You can use too much and make yourself uncomfortable for a bit, but you can't OD on it. You can't give yourself like weed poisoning like you can with alcohol poisoning, or overdose like you can on pills. And the reason for that is because we don't have the receptor systems. We don't have the processing systems in the brain. This is also where addiction ties in. This is why EMDR can be helpful also with reprocessing any neurons and things like that that were damaged with drug abuse. Because this is kind of like what it's like, okay? Somebody who has struggled with addiction, especially if they were using at a time, let's say somebody's mom died and they got stressed out and they were using. Years later, all of a sudden, something could happen on their mom's birth date or death date, or there's a car accident or somebody dies in their life that reminds them of how their mom died or something. And then they start getting a flashback, or they start getting cravings to use again. Basically, when you use something that's not cannabis, when you use something that the body doesn't naturally at birth come with the receptors to process like that, it's like a Grand Canyon, okay? It's like the Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, it used to be these big cavernous mountains, and it kind of still is in some places, but it has lots of, actually, no, that's what it is. It's mountainous now. It used to be more full of rivers. It didn't used to be so steep, but over the years, the rivers have dried up. It's what leaves the canyons. The river beds have dried up. And when the rain has come down that sandstone, it's washed more deep caverns into it, and lines just from the water pooling and moving. So now people hike that at their own risk at that, but nonetheless. So as far as the brain goes, it's like that. When you put those drugs in there in your body, it forces those pathways to be created. They were not there before, unlike cannabis, interestingly enough. Cannabis has also been found to be a neuroprotectant, in fact. That's why I use it when there's a stress period, because it actually creates a cushion, and whatever injuries are being caused, they don't hit as hard, and I'm able to bounce back from them more effectively. Well, it's not the only tool that I use, of course, but it's one. Nonetheless, these other things, say it's alcohol, Percocet, whatever, people use them, and then these new like Grand Canyon pathways are made in the brain. But when the drugs are in there, they're full of water. The rate's a river running through. But then when you stop using, when you come down, that's when the withdrawals hit. And basically the question in the brain is, well, where's the river? Why is the Grand Canyon empty? Fill it back up. That's when people get cravings. And so this is just like a normal cycle of addiction on this note. But this could be years and years and years and years later that somebody goes through something that reminds them of the situation, or like I said, their mom dies or something. Or something reminds them of what happened to their mom. And all of a sudden, they start getting cravings again, even if they haven't had one in years. Because their brain is correlating the trauma period or the stress period from whatever, let's say it's their mom, whatever's stressing them out about the memory of their mom. And it's trying to like flash their body back into that cycle of numbing, of use. And so it's important to break that. EMDR can be a helpful tool. Yeah. Yeah, that's how a lot of people get addicted, actually. They end up getting injuries at first, and then when the prescription runs out because they're supposed to be healed, then they've got withdrawal symptoms, and that spirals. Then they often reach to street drugs and things like that, even. So I just know better than to even go down that road. Especially when you wake up and find somebody that you value dead on the floor. You know what I learned recently was a term that I wasn't familiar with. It's called a death rattle. I didn't know this. But basically, when he died, the last breath that he took was still in his lungs, trapped in his lungs. And then when I found him on the floor and started doing CPR, I pushed the last breath that had been in his lungs out. And so for a split second, it gave me hope that I could bring him back. I think that was worse than finding him. It's that like split second of hope where I thought, as I was pushing the air out of his lungs, that maybe he was starting to breathe again. Only for it to be shattered. That fucked me up more than anything else, I think. Yeah, it's not very nice. I still feel worse for my daughter. She really loved him. And vice versa. He genuinely cared for her, and he didn't abuse us the way that the person he rescued us from did. That's why he was a target. He was so jealous. That's who wrote those racist texts and things like that to him too. And me. She's just a narcissistic bigot, that's all. Not very smart, not as smart as he thinks he is. It took him and all these different people to help him try to come up against me and to try to cover up his crimes. How smart is that? Not very. They're still in trouble. Didn't make it better for them. But this is also why I value every day. And I speak so openly. Some people don't wake up tomorrow. I don't take the days that I do for granted. Yeah, Adonis, yeah. It was a little fucked up. It was right before Christmas, too. It was December 1st. Woke up on December 1st. I just got chills. That's why I keep this football right here. Oh. Can I tell you a good pain management or pain inflammation reducer? Natural one. Where is it? This is a tincture you put. This is one you drink. It's called Solomon's Seal. And I actually have an oil version of this one that's a topical you put on the skin. It's good for pain and reducing inflammation, but this is actually an herb that King Solomon used and realized was powerful, was a good healing tool, and it is. It does work. So that's why it's called Solomon's Seal. It's after King Solomon. I like to mix it into a carrier oil, like the Solomon Seal. I'll use a bit of that in, I like sweet almond. Is it sweet almond? It's almond oil. Or just like a regular lotion even. I heard it's still medicinal, just to be clear. Yeah, herbal or not, so it's not for everybody necessarily, but I do like it when I use it. Yeah, just in water. I heard that there's a karmic who's talking about me and they're saying she's too calm for us to pin anything on her. I guess they wanted to try to trigger me and say that I was problematic so they could justify their offenses against me, but they did all that fucked up stuff, and I'm still sitting here chilling, comparatively speaking, and it doesn't, my hair doesn't look right. The narrative doesn't fit. I'm picking up a Bailey Sarian video. Hi, baby.
Do you need a huggy? You just need some love.
I heard that. Somebody's concerned about my caloric intake, nutritional intake. Yeah, I probably need to eat. I heard that. How can you tell? Now, I know you need to eat. I can tell you haven't. How? It does piss them off, yeah. It's divine masculine. He says, because I can feel you. I want to see. What? Give Bailey a few minutes. There's a karmic crying. We have to pay for what we've done. I heard that. I want you to eat. I will. Can I have a few minutes, please? Touche. He says, you've had plenty of minutes. You need to eat now. And then go to bed. Yes, sir. See if you can call me daddy. I just heard something about pho or pho. It's like no, what is that? It's not Japanese. Is it? Is it Japanese? No. It's Vietnam. Vietnamese pho. It's often rooted in Hanoi, Vietnam, but draws inspiration from both Chinese and French culinary influence due to Vietnam's historical interactions with those cultures. Thailand's variation is pad thai. Vietnam pops up with banh mi, and then ramen is China, but there are variations of this, I guess. Oh, often the banh mi's are served with pho. I do know that, or like a variety of the soup. I don't know, I heard it. I'm not making that tonight. What are you talking about? I heard that. She's like Cinderella. I hear that too. We'll give Bailey a few minutes.
How are you today? I'm just
Okay.
popping in here really quick to let you know that today's episode is a little different from our normal Monday upload. That's because I'm taking a little time off in May, to recharge and go outside and smell fresh air.
Yeah.
Maybe
good
get some
girl.
vitamin D. I'm not sure yet. But I still want to bring you guys some, some true crime stories. So I'm going to share an episode from the Murder Mystery Makeup podcast. And this story has never been seen on my YouTube channel before. Today I'm going to tell you about Mark Sappington, also known as the Kansas City Vampire. Listen, he went on a sudden killing spree back in 2001, and the details are terrifying. Okay, we've got mysterious voices ordering murders, some truly insane drugs I have never even heard of before, and of course, cannibalism. Yeah. I'll be back in June with some brand new murder mysteries for you guys. Until then, maybe check out the podcast and listen to some, audio exclusives if you really want. If you really miss me. You can find it on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you listen to podcasts. So, buckle on in, kitty cats. This one is a wild ride. Hi, just popping in here to mention today's sponsor. I've talked about this a few times, but when I was in my 20s, I had a job. Well, I've worked retail most of my life, okay? And minimum wage, okay? They're just scraping by, And I constantly had to play the game of do I get gas or groceries? It was always gas because I needed to get to work. So, of course, I then got introduced to credit cards, and I had no understanding of how they really worked. I know. Okay. And then, of course, I got behind on a lot of payments, and it was a lot. It's a lot. It's hard. Well, then what had happened was it got so bad that it went through this whole process, and then my wages started getting gone. YesDebt.com/Bailey. Thank you. Now let's get back to today's story.
You want to hear that? I'll link it in the description. But here.
Story is about a van.
I don't plan to be here for that much longer. Divine Masculine's telling me to go to bed, and I'm going to listen because he's right, and I respect him.
Fire. Oh, yes. This time it is about the Kansas City Vampire. His name is Mark Sappington. Have you heard of him? Now, Mark is not the stereotypical vampire that you tend to think of,
Also,
many think of a modern vampire as goth, dressing in dark clothing. Maybe they're wearing spooky makeup, or maybe they do some blood rituals. Because if there's no blood involved in some way, are you even really a vampire? Well, Mark wasn't like that at all, but he does do the whole blood drinking thing.
I will. Don't forget
And
to
then
eat.
some. Well, let's get into Mark's
pickles,
story,
but
huh? Mark Vincent Sappington was born on February 9th in 1978, and he grew up on the north side of Kansas City. Now, this part of town was pretty religious, but it also, I guess it wasn't the safest. The most common sounds that you would hear in this area would be church bells and police sirens. It was the kind of place where Sunday preachers would paint really vivid pictures of hell during their sermons and would say that you didn't have to go very far outside the church parking lot to experience hell. Kansas City at this time was going through a massive crime spree, and nothing the cops did seemed to make a dent in lowering the crime rate. So in this neighborhood where thousands of decent people are trying to scrape by, a lot of them were single mothers, and Mark's mom, Mary White, she was one of them. And she did everything she could to try to keep Mark out of trouble and away from a life of crime and violence. Since Mark's dad just up and disappeared before Mark was even born, she turned to the church to help raise her son. She hoped that taking Mark to church every Sunday would help teach him strength and values in a way she knew his father never would. And for a while, it seemed to work. Mark stayed out of trouble and became a choir boy, spending his time at the church rather than out in the streets. So Mark is hanging with the church, and for the most part, he's a pretty good kid, and things are super normal, He's not a great student, but he's smart, he's articulate, and some would say he was pretty funny. He had a quick wit and a smile that paired with his quiet charm, and it would just kind of draw you in. But then, just as his mom feared, Mark started getting sucked into hanging out with the wrong crowd. And he starts getting into some drug habits. Mark was into smoking something called danks, which is street slang for cigarettes that are soaked in embalming fluid, dried, and then smoked. Yes, embalming fluid. For those of you who don't know, embalming fluid is the mixture of chemicals that are used to preserve dead bodies. It's chemicals, okay, and it keeps bodies from decaying in funeral homes or in medical labs. It's stuff that you don't want to be putting into your body while you're alive.
Yeah.
So the reason
that was an issue. I was just talking about that. And Delray was drugged. Laced with fentanyl. And at that point, unfortunately, not that any of it's good, but there was a new batch that had just hit the streets. And this particular batch was elephant fentanyl, and so it was the most potent, like the kind they use on elephants specifically. It was the most potent that had hit the streets at that point yet. And it only takes 2 milligrams. It's like a couple of grains of salt or sugar to fuck somebody up or kill them. But this took even less of this. Not okay.
people would be smoking embalming fluid, I guess it would give you like...
But then this started becoming an issue too. Not long after the fentanyl started to become a problem, I noticed. It's like a couple of years later. I guess this has been going on for longer than that, but it became a problem again.
hallucinate.
So people were doing it in weed. That pisses me off also. Like, you leave the sanctity of the green alone. For fuck's sake. People are also sprinkling like cocaine, if not fentanyl, like cocaine or something into weed. Because somebody's like, well, why would they waste the money? I know that sounds like a logical question, but they're not doing that much. Just enough to get, not enough for people to notice. But they think that when the people use the weed, they'll get a little bit of the cocaine, not enough to like feel like they're using coke, but enough to get them addicted or make them think it's just a really good uppy weed or something, and it's not. And so basically it's a dealer being shitty trying to get people to come back by illegally drugging them. Well, some people, and this is why I know about it, because the police started having to deal with this. The dispensary closed. People were getting their weed off of the street because they needed their medicine. And all of a sudden there was this huge epidemic because it was like a snow day or something. Everybody came to get their medicines, and the dispensary usually sent out snow day texts, but for some reason they didn't go out that day, or nobody got it. And so everybody got to town, drove all that way, and then kind of were in a pinch. And the police said that a bunch of people were popping for cocaine when they didn't do anything but smoke. But the common denominator between them was they all picked up from the same dispensary, and it had closed that same day. So they all had the same idea, to go get some from a friend of a friend or something. And unfortunately, shit was laced with cocaine. I heard that could ruin somebody's life. What if they get like a drug test and they're on probation and they really are doing the right thing and they're not using anything they're not supposed to be, or they're trying to get a job, and I know. What if you walk in for a job interview thinking you're clean, and then you pop for some kind of illegal drug you don't realize that you've been laced with, and then they call the police on you, you know? I'm like, what the fuck? yet. I've seen that. I went to the city to go see a lawyer a couple of years ago. I drove like 5 hours to see this lawyer in Portland. And there was an issue. There was a guy on drugs. There's some people on drugs outside. There's one guy like in a homeless. He was homeless, I think, in a sleeping bag, and he seemed to have some super mental issues, but was like going around screaming and swearing and was harassing this woman. It was really sketchy, honestly. And they're not all like that. Not to be very clear. That's homeless stigma. That man obviously needs some help, but I'm full. Need to let my belly settle. A few minutes. I need some more weed. I heard that. The masculine's like, that is not enough. I know. Like I said, maybe I need some more weed. I hear that. You really do use it for like everything. Yeah, it's good for a lot. And it's a neural protectant. I heard that. Endocannabinoid system. Yep. Somebody's wanting to do some research. Go, good. Go forth. Yes. I heard that. It breaks the stigma, right? Because most of the time you hear it, like, fucks people up or dumbs them down. And you get what you... If you're using stuff to get high, that's what you're going to get out of it. I don't use it for that purpose. I use it medicinally as necessary. When there's not such injury, I don't use it the same way. But lately I've been on the battlefield and had bullet holes shot in me, spiritually speaking, even. Or at least so they tried. So here it is. Here's another one for me. I'm a direct Trail of Tears descendant. So for me, this is part of that. I call it a peace pipe for a reason. Straight chiefin'.
See stuff, okay? I had to look it up because I was like, why is someone smoking embalming fluid? What a weird combination. Who thought of that?
No, it's not enough.
I've got a lot of questions about dank alone, okay? But that's not what the story's about. Okay, so he's smoking that. And dank wasn't like the only drug that Mark was using. He also got into angel dust.
And I was, as she's talking about PCP, that's fucked up. PCP's bad. The person who's been after me told me years ago that one time he did, when he went down to Ohio, actually, he did PCP, and then he said he like beat a homeless man to death in the park. The fuck? Why? Just because he was sleeping and like laying there and tried to provoke a fight. So weird. Anyway. It makes me think, like, what? I just wonder about their life stories. What led them to that? You know what I mean? It could be anything. Like I said, some people get into stuff like that because they get into an accident and it starts out with like pills from a doctor, and then the prescription runs out, and then they're still in pain, or they're still something. No, you need to stop because I want my space, please. Thank you. Some of them I know it's bad upbringings. Not that a lot of us didn't go through stuff growing up, but anyway.
PCP, which is a serious hallucinogen. Now, PCP is sometimes added to the embalming fluid used to make dinks, so that could be how like maybe Mark got into it. Originally, PCP was used in the 1950s as an anesthetic, but because it has some really serious side effects, doctors stopped using it for medical purposes. But people loved it. People loved it, and they loved how it distorted sights, colors, and sounds. And it just like changed.
So it's like a psychedelic.
Whole environment, man. So Mark, he's smoking danks and using PCP, and it's not uncommon for him to have some run-ins with the police. But at this point, he hasn't really gotten himself into any serious trouble yet. That is.
Not a good one. I wouldn't touch it. That's danger for me. You know? Also, I'm a little fairy hippie at heart.
Not until March of 2001. Now, this Armando guy is everything Mark's mom wanted him to stay away from. This is the kind of guy she feared Mark would end up like by living in their neighborhood. Armando sees himself as a bit of a tough guy who believes he should live by the code of the street. But he's not actually involved with any gangs at this time, which means he's got to do something to prove himself and prove that he can roll with the big boys. In March, Armando and Mark get their hands on an assault rifle. To them, this gun was beautiful. It's the ultimate weapon for like a tough guy on the streets. It's the kind of gun that could elevate their status in the way that they were looking for. But the only way to make that happen was to actually use it. So Armando comes up with a plan that will get them the status that they're looking for. The plan is to pull off an armed robbery. Now, there's no particular target in mind, but Armando tells Mark that any random dude will get the job done. And that's how they find David Marshak, owner of one of the local auto dealerships, when Armando goes in to buy a car. So Armando bought a 1984 Chevy Impala from David's dealership on March 5th, 2001. But David warned Armando that the tags weren't right, so he should leave the car parked until it gets sorted out. Then 2 days later, a cop pulls Armando over because the 30-day tags had been altered and legally shouldn't be on the road. So the cop ends up having his car impounded. Well, Armando is pissed that his new car is now, in the impound. So on March 10th, Armando calls David to complain and make him pay to get the car towed.
I love that you call him Zuzu. You're so funny. It's not good for you. It's not good for your heart, especially long term. The more you overwork that muscle, it's like borrowing time, I feel like. You know what I mean? There's a reason it shortens the lifespan. It's an exertion of energy, but it comes from somewhere. Just taking it from the other side. I'm mindful about that with caffeine and stuff like that too. Because it's like people use those things to boost themselves up. What you're doing is exerting cellular energy. from one side. It shortens the telomeres, meaning that this is just cellular talk, cellular biochemistry talk. When you take, let's say it's caffeine or something like that, to give yourself energy, it's giving you a boost right now. Unlike if you're comparing the timeline of your life, like the early stages of it to like the end of it, the death cycle, you're taking that energy now so that you can have a boost in your like earlier years, comparatively speaking. Whether this be like 30, 40, you know what I mean? Doesn't really matter. Or younger. But you're borrowing it from the other side. Meaning if you overwork certain systems to the point where they crash faster, then you're shortening your lifespan in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise. Somebody, Karmic's very angry about this. That's not how that works. Yes, actually it is. And we're not going to argue with people who don't know what they're talking about. I actually do this as part of my job as an educator. I'm a nutrigenomics educator, thank you. So what telomeres are a gauge of, yes, health, but like if your telomeres are shorter, it means it's your cellular aging level. But the cellular aging level shows everywhere else too. Cellular aging affects skin, hair, all of it. And the thing about taking caffeine or anything like that to boost yourself up is that's what you're doing, is you're burning cellular energy. And like anything you take, you eat, you hear that this karma doesn't like this truth. You hear you are what you eat, but you actually are. Whatever you're eating today, your body's burning and giving you fuel. Yeah, like shorter term on levels, but also over the next couple of weeks, it's replacing whatever you're eating. 1:11 here on the clock on the East Coast is what the new cells will be made of in a few weeks from now. So on both ends of the spectrum, if you're putting garbage in your body, that's what your new cells will be made of. Literally. So you literally are what you eat. You're becoming what you eat. And then as far as the energy expenditure goes, like you're borrowing it short term now. But it comes from somewhere on the other end, typically speaking. Now, are there ways to work to balance that out and also improve and lengthen the lifespan? Yeah. But those are things that also decrease it long term. It shortens, so does drinking. Drugs shortens the telomeres. This is why people who smoke cigarettes and drink and stuff like that, they look older at a younger age, or they look older than people that are their age that don't. It's because they've damaged those telomeres. They borrowed it from somewhere. They borrowed the energy now or prior, but at the cost of shortening their lifespan on the other end. It comes from somewhere, including on the other end of your life.
Out of the lot because he believed it was the dealership's fault that the tags were wrong. Now, because of Armando's beef with David for selling him a car with faulty tags, Armando decides that David will be their target. Armando's plan was pretty simple. They are just gonna walk up to David, they're gonna show him the gun and demand cash to get his car out of the impound. Armando.
Also, I'm not, this is not me saying that you should never celebrate or have a cupcake or have a, do you know what I mean? Whatever floats your boat. But to understand this and develop a healthy routine around the science of well-being can be very beneficial. Especially when you know about nootropics and proper biohacking.
The talking, and Mark would like flash the rifle. I mean, that was it. Very clean, no fuss, and that was it, period. Thank you. So on March 16th, 2001, the guys roll up to the car dealership around 2 p.m., and Armando goes in first. David is having lunch with one of his employees, but otherwise, the place was empty. So Armando goes in. He's super riled up, and he starts harassing David about getting his car out of the impound lot. David tells his employee, just ignore this guy, enjoy your lunch, whatever. So Armando, he's, I guess, annoyed. He decides to walk out. Then Mark, wearing a black mask and a black coat with a hood, enters the dealership. And then something happens that's not part of the plan. For seemingly no reason at all, Mark opens fire.
Oh dear. Why would you do that, Mark? What's wrong with you? Other than the drugs and a raging ego. There's a commercial.
Make his escape out of the office and into the back garage area, like diving under a car. But David was not as lucky. He was shot inside the dealership. After about 10 minutes, the employee feels safe enough to emerge from under the car and call 911 while David lies on the floor, awake and conscious, but dying. Meanwhile, a customer from the audio store across the street heard the shots and ran outside. And he was able to witness Mark shooting David while Armando ran to get the car before the two sped off. Now, using the gun was never part of the plan. So after that, Armando fled to Texas.
Divine Masculine's upset you leave your mother alone. She only needs once today. You let her be for 15 minutes. All right, I heard that. Love my girlie.
While Mark stayed.
I just washed my hands so that I could cook because I was holding him. I'm like, let me wash my hands. Then he gets up there with feet.
In Kansas City. Armando was eventually arrested a little while later, but refused to tell the police the shooter's identity. Now you're probably like, hey Bailey, I thought this was a story about vampires. What's going on? Well, shut up. We're getting to it right now. So Armando has left Mark in Kansas City, but Mark hasn't really left the drug and gang life. Now here's the thing about PCP. It's a hallucinogen, right? But it can also make people feel paranoid or even psychotic. And around this time, Mark is starting to hear voices in his head, which is also known as auditory hallucinations. And these voices are telling Mark to eat flesh and blood or he would die. Yeah, the voices would kill him. Hallucination or not, I mean, that was really scary. Now, despite Mark's religious upbringing, there didn't seem to be a fear of God mixed in with all this. A lot of times when someone hears voices, there's a divine nature attached to that voice. People believe they are getting these commands from God or Satan, or sometimes both. Mark never claims any of that. He only says he was afraid of punishment, that he feared for his own life if they didn't do as they said. Now, as controlling as these voices were, they didn't set up any rules regarding the eating of the flesh and the drinking of the blood, when to kill or what to do after. Who the victims were, I mean, that was up to Mark. And kind of like his first crime with Armando, Mark's approach was more of a leave it to chance and let the victim be a random target in the moment. So in March of 2001, Mark starts walking around the streets of Kansas City, and as he passes by people, he kind of asks himself,
I'm done with
what
this.
about him?
We're done with this. For now, it's in the description if you want it. But you know what I did here was this. And then I think I'm going to cap it. No.
Used to pray for angels to stay inside. You wouldn't believe it, every move I made, I was terrified. Thought that every road I took had a bitter end. I just couldn't see it, I convinced myself, trying to trust again. It'd be like trying to make a river run upstream, trying to make a mountain into a valley. That's what your love does to me. You make me feel like I never had my heart broken, like I never saw a door closing, like I never watched love run away on fire in the night like a pack of wild horses, like I never felt the tears rolling, like I never said ears open. I could find me someone who's gonna be real, who can make me feel wide open, like I never had my
Cause you make me feel like I never been too much to handle. Roll the dice, you know love is a gamble. Feel like I always have to pour. It's like fire in your heart, I'm trying to relight that candle. My Cinderella, no questioning this shit forever. Painting written letters, shedding tears while we sit together. Forget the pressure, know I love hard, I'm sick of like stuck in rainstorms. I can get used to this different weather. Broken pieces, that was all I had. Girl, I promise now you all
like I never had my heart broken, like I never saw a door closing, like I never watched love run away on fire in the night like a pack of wild horses, like I never felt the tears rolling, like I never said ears open. I could find me someone who's gonna be real, who can make me feel wide open, like I never had my broken, like I never saw a door closing, like I never watched love run away on fire in the night like a pack of wild horses, like I never felt the tears rolling.
I'm picking up Divine Masculine that didn't believe me when I said he would just still be on here all day if I let him. Because I just heard you really do need one of those baby carriers for him. I know, I'm telling you. All day, you just lay right here. All day long. He's a baby. But like, I can't be mad at him. He's just a big kitten. Oh shit. Sorry, babe. I need my hands though. I do. I need my hands. All right, we're getting somewhere now.
Like I never said ears open, I could find me someone who's gonna be real, who can make me feel wide open, like I never had my Please remember to pray. Do no harm. Take no crap. I will catch you on the next one. In the meantime, sweet dreams. Namaste.